Hello everyone, very good evening and welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the first weekly finals here in Series 6 of the MODUS Super Series, and it's going to be quite the night in front of us, in front of a packed crowd here in Portsmouth. I'm happy to say that alongside me to look ahead to all the action and talk through all the night's proceedings, it is the asset Paul Nicholson. And Paul, first week of a brand new series, it brings in new players, it brings in maybe new hopes, new expectations for people, and for this week hopes were both dashed and both made at the same time.
Yeah, I think this is a really difficult week for everybody, really, because when you're fresh off a Champions Week and you've seen glory for Jim McEwen, I think everybody has the same sort of ambition to try and do that. But if you win week one, you've got a very long wait into a Champions Week. Look what Matt Clark did. He found his way to Champions Week and he had almost 3 months to wait. So a big job for people tonight, but a really interesting week through the three groups that we've seen.
Well, let's have a chat about the week so far then and have a look at how we've got to this particular point. We got underway at 9:30 on Monday morning, less than 36 hours on from Jim McEwen lifting the jackpot. And it was Thibaut Tricol who won that Group A. And we've labelled a lot of expectation on Thibaut here at the Super Series, mainly because he's done outside of here, making a Lakeside final, doing well on both the PDC circuit, the WDF circuits. And even though he had a slow start, he won 13 games in a row. And that was more like the Thibaut that's done major things in the sport.
I was very impressed with Thibaut this week. I think when we've seen him here previously, his performances have been a little bit up and down. But I think what he's found this week with wins like this over Felix is just an ability to up that B game a little bit and to have more consistency. I think this streak of wins is doing him an awful lot of good going into what could be a very lucrative winter for him, even before Christmas time, because he is going to Lakeside. He's got a pretty nasty draw, in my opinion. But as far as this week is concerned, I think he should be very proud of his efforts, and he's going to be the fresh one tonight coming into Game 1 after winning Group A. 13
wins in a row. If he ends up winning the night unbeaten, he matches that record of Darrell Pilgrim, the 17. You know, it's amazing how records here at the Super Series take so long to be broken, but once they are, it feels like within no time at all, they're getting threatened again.
Well, look at it this way, Henry. If he breaks or equals that record tonight in winning all 4 games, he will have won the week. That's the primary objective. But in order to break that record, he'd have to wait 3 months to have a crack at it in his first game in Champions Week if he came back. That's just an if. But as far as this week is concerned, he's done a really, really good job in Group A. I think Willie Borland needs a lot of credit as well, winning 11 games from 15. That was a good effort, and 22 points would sometimes get the win in that group, but not this week. A little bit of je ne sais quoi did Thibaut the world of good.
Indeed, he was formidable in Group A, that is for sure. Well, the rest of the field were divvied up. I know it was terrible. The rest of the field were divvied up into Groups B and C on Thursday and Friday, respectively. We'll have a chat about Group B first, because it really was a table of two halves. Jared Cole won the group, but it was a compare and contrast night one from night two. He won all 4 games on the Thursday, but then when it came to Friday, there was a real fear that the wheels could have completely fell off and he not qualified.
Where have we said that before? I hate to state the obvious, but the fact remains that 2 times out of 2 when he's played this group scenario, he's had a really, really good day and a really bad day. And he even spoke to us off the air about an hour ago talking about some of his good stuff. He wants us to show this kind of thing, like that 4-2 win over Borland, but he doesn't want us to show the stuff that didn't go his way. I think Jared has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. I think for the last 3 or 4 seasons, we've talked about him potentially being a series champion, and he did win a week in Southampton, but so far it hasn't gone his way in Portsmouth, and there will be pressure on him to deliver again tonight, but maybe there's pressure on others more than him. I think that's the advice I would give him.
However, he does have a fair few people in the crowd this evening. Is that a help or a hindrance, do you think, to him?
Definitely a help for him. I think when you consider some of the challenges that he's had in his young career, when he's had a lot of people behind him, he's done well. Look at his Lakeside campaign from 18 months ago, when he played the first game of the tournament against Martin Adams, and the amount of vibrancy and the positivity he was exuding going into those games, that's what he needs tonight. And if he's got that support, it might just come.
He was joined in the final by Willie Borland and Harry Warden. Again, a bit like Jared, had a bit of a contrasting campaign, the pair of them in Group B.
You can look at a lot of what Willie Borland's done over the last 5 years, and you can level the tiniest bit of criticism towards him, that he always seems to start a campaign well, but by the end of the day, it seems to fall towards the edge of the cliff. It doesn't completely fall off, but his performance levels, if you were to look at it in a graph perspective, it would be high getting lower. That's got to stop. If he's going to have success here, in a Champions Week potentially, or indeed anywhere else, he's got to find an ability to climb a little bit in the middle of a campaign and even get better as the night goes on. That just doesn't happen.
Well, that was Group B. Group C was what we were looking at in the afternoon on Thursday and Friday, and it was won by Charlie Large. And I was saying to Scott Mitchell, who was up here on the balcony on Thursday and Friday, that it was a group really that everybody could say they had an opportunity. It was there for anyone to take, and it was Charlie Large who was able to make the most of that opportunity.
Yeah, I think of the three groups this week, C was the most scruffy, and there was always going to be an opportunity for those 6 people to make a name for themselves by winning the group or just qualifying. I think the headlines have been grabbed this week by Flower Power, Nico Bloom, and we'll talk more about him when he plays on the stage tonight, but I think he should be very proud of the fact that he has not played his best darts this week but is still qualified. That's always going to be dangerous because somebody will come into a night like this saying, well, I haven't even played my best. But as far as Charlie's concerned, someone had to take that group by the scruff of the neck, and it just happened to be that young man. Well done.
And the biggest thing for him was how he dealt with pressure matches, those big games, the likes of the matches against Nico Bloom, and managing to get over the line, whereas maybe in the past he didn't quite do that.
Experience. He's still a young person, and you have to gain that experience. You can't just go and buy it. You can't be 16 years of age and do what Luke Littler does all the time. He's a freak in a good way. Not everybody is going to do that. You've got young players out there who are maybe 15, 16, 17, 18 years of age. They all want to do what Luke is doing and what other young players are doing, but you've got to get your experience the way that you do it. And as far as Charlie's concerned this week, this is just a nice little incremental increase in output, and I think he's been brilliant.
Let's talk about Nico Bloom then, shall we? Because he's really been the star of the week in terms of the flashy outshots, the flashy finishes. And, well, whenever there was an opportunity at the bullseye, he was not going to pass it by. Every single time 50 was on offer, he would take it. And he'd win the game on it in all.
He's no Kasumi Sato. We saw her do that at the Women's Series. But when it comes to Nico, it's very obvious that still at a young age, he just comes up here, has fun, and wants to do things his way. I'll be sitting in the commentary box with Chris Murphy tonight, and we could potentially talk about a shot like that, and there may be a time where doing that is the wrong time. But he's made his mind up. It's the kind of player he is, and if that's what he wants to do, go for it. The more entertainment here for the audience and for us, that's fantastic. But there are going to be times where that might bite you.
Be interesting to see how that pans out this evening. So these are the 6 players that are going to be contesting tonight's final and the first spot through to Series 6's Champions Week, which is going to be taking place in the middle part of February. So one of those 6 are going to make their way through. We're going to split the players up into 2 pools of 3, and these are the groups that are in play this evening. The top 2 after 2 rounds of fixtures will progress their way through to a semi-final, where it's then going to be straight knockout from there. The victor at the end of the night will pick up £5,000 and that spot at Champions Week. We're going to have a look at those 2 groups now, Paul, in earnest. Which one for you do you think's the most difficult?
Group 1, absolutely. Because when you've got Tebow and you've got Harry Ward in there, for me, you look at their statistics for the week, you look at the amount of 180s they're hitting per game, that's what sticks out for me. And think about what they've done more recently as well. I see those 2 qualifying, and it could even be tonight's final.
Does it feel like, if you look at tonight's 6 players, and there's perhaps at points a bit of a difference when it comes to the experience scale? Maybe the likes of Tebow, the likes of Harry, who, even if it hasn't always been for one, in Harry's case, and Tebow maybe not as much in 2023, but knowing how to get over the finishing line could prove key tonight.
Yeah, I think so. I think experience in playing this format as well, because I don't think we should underestimate just how much experience Tebow has with us. He has not found his way to the end of the rainbow in Portsmouth on this stage, but he's played a lot of Saturday nights. Mm-hmm. And as he gets used to how this format works out in a weekly campaign, has he ever had a better weekly campaign than this? No. Has Harry Ward had more darts in a week than this? No. That's why I'm looking at them and not at others.
So let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about tonight's proceedings. These are the odds. Tebow Chakol, perhaps not a surprise, goes off as the 5-2 favourite. However, I'm going to say this. On Thursday afternoon, Charlie Large was 7-1 to win Group C. He ended up winning the group. He's 7-1 again this evening to win the nightly title, and a fair number of this crowd tonight have come in to support Charlie.
I think his weekly numbers tell us that maybe there's a chance. Now, Saturday nights are very different to Fridays, to Thursdays, and to the rest of the week. And I think the experience of playing in front of an audience, whether they're for you or against you or neutral, I think that's going to be invaluable tonight. I think if you'd had very few people here, or a night like last week at Champions where this place is packed to the rafters, I think we've got to take experience into consideration. Charlie at 7-1 is a really good bet. I like fourth favourite Harry Ward. I think that's great value, but I cannot take my eyes off the Frenchman. I just think he might be ready to get the prize.
Has the French touch got the winning touch? We are going to find out between now and around about 11:30 this evening. Right, let's have a look and see what the bet builder's saying tonight. These are amalgamation of bets that make their way through the exchanges, and we put it into a handy little acca for you. So we've got some match doubles for you this evening, something a little bit different. Dimitri Cole to get the win and highest checkout at 11-10 against Nico Blum. Meanwhile, Harry Ward to get the win and highest checkout against Nico Blum at 4-6. And Willie Boren the win and highest checkout at 7-5 against Charlie Large. Pays just over 12-1.
It's a bit of a punt, isn't it? It's a little bit different to what we've done in Series 5, that's for sure. But what I do like about it is that it is a little bit different. Historically, on a Saturday night, we tend to go for somebody winning by 2 clear legs, or maybe somebody getting 180 in a match. I think this is a bit of a punt. It's very hard to predict whether this will happen, but if you fancy a bit of a small flutter, it's not a bad one to go for.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. Right, let's have a look and see what the fixtures are saying. These are the games that are going to be deciding who's going to be the first player through to Champions Week in the middle of February. We kick off with Dimitri Cole against Nico Blum. Now we're going to alternate the fixtures, so the first game of Group 1 will be followed by the first game of Group 2, and so on and so forth in the pool stages. We'll then have a little bit of a pause before we go live on Sporty Stuff TV for the semi-finals at 10 o'clock. We'll play both of them. Winning the group's important because they'll have the advantage of throw against the runner-up of the other group, and then the final will take place from around about 11 o'clock this evening. And, well, this could be an intriguing night. Look, we have a strong favourite in Thibaut Tricot, but there is players that have got experience, as we say, of picking up jackpots, picking up titles, that if there is a slip from the Frenchman, maybe found cold in the group stages, could take real advantage.
Sometimes you see that from somebody who wins Group A. They come in just a little bit cold, and somebody who's been hot the last couple of days can take advantage of that. And I look at someone like Harry Ward, who has definitely got the capabilities of doing that. Just look at some of the games he had in Group B, where he was averaging very high. And I think we might just see one of those performances tonight. I just wonder if Nico Blum's going to do anything in that first group just to upset the apple cart. And I think anybody could win Group 2. It's a fabulous night ahead.
Should be a fun night. I'm looking forward to watching all of the action.
Yeah, me too.
Well, it should be some good fun, and we're going to kick-start with a little bit of German flair and a bit of French efficiency. Usually it's the other way round, isn't it? As Thibaut Tricot takes on Nico Blum in our curtain raiser for the night. And early on this evening, Chris Murphy caught up with both players.
Thibaut, welcome back to the Super Series. A couple of days off. What's your preparation been like for finals night?
Nothing. No, just to cut. Just to cut. But I follow the other groups, C and B. So yeah, I'm be back. I'm ready.
Did they give you anything to worry about?
Yes, because the format is short, of course, best of 7. Yes, I'm not again in the competition, so I need just to be ready shortly. So yeah, I'm first in the evening. So, but it's okay. I am in self-confidence, so it's okay.
How important is it to win that first match?
To have less pressure for the second game and to have the game in your hands. You know, well, yeah.
You're in a really difficult Group A with the likes of Harry Ward, Willie Borland. How proud were you to win that group?
Yes, of course. There are big names of darts, the new generation. but yeah, I'm proud because I never give up since my 2 lose matches. So that's why I'm proud. Proud, yes, and really never give up, even if I beat him twice. So that's why that makes the difference.
And will there be a few people tuning in from France to cheer you on?
Yes, a lot of people, yeah, follow me. I will do my best, yeah, for that.
Well, good luck. Thank you.
Yeah,
very
thank
much.
you.
Nico, welcome to finals night. Just sum up how you're feeling ahead of this evening.
Oh, I'm really focused for tonight. More focused than the whole week, I think, because today is for everything, for the big win. Yeah.
You've got Thibaut in your first match. How is it important to get off to a good start?
Of course, it's really important to win, of course, because if you win, you have good chances to go through to the semis. Yeah, I think Thibaut didn't play it for the last 2 days. Maybe it's good for me, but we all know him. He's a really, really good player. So it also can be different because maybe he don't need to play all days to still be in the game.
You've been a lot of fun to watch this week. I'm sure you've had a lot of fun on the stage yourself. Will that side of you come out again in front of a crowd this evening?
Yeah, I'll absolutely love to play in front of a crowd. I think if I have important moments, I will not be that funny again because I'm more focused today. Yeah.
All about business and trying to
Yeah.
win that £5,000 and get to Champions Week.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
So here we go then. First game of the evening sees Thibaut Tricol in action up against Nico Blum. The first of 9 matches that will decide the first player through to Champions Week, which will take place in the middle part of February. So here we go then. Let's get the action underway and hand down to your commentary team. Paul Nicholson has made his way downstairs, and it's a very good evening for the very first time to Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yep, good evening, everybody. Ready for this first match where there's a bit of Vava Bloom on the stage. Thibaut Tricol taking on Germany's Bloom. Flower Power has been an entertainer this week, up against a Frenchman who, as has been mentioned, is on this winning streak of 13 straight matches after losing his first 2. And the Frenchman continue that charge. Or will Bloom start?
Thank you, ladies and
with a
gentlemen. The very best of order, please. First leg, Thibaut is through first. Game on.
Paul Hinks refereeing royalty, getting the action underway in this France-Germany encounter. And Paul Nicholson sitting
85.
alongside me. A week on, Paul, from seeing Jim McEwen be crowned the grand champion. Somebody else will put themselves in Champions Week tonight.
Indeed they will. Good evening, everybody,
60.
and welcome along to Portsmouth once again for your Saturday night action. It was Matt Clark who won week 1 in the previous series. And whoever wins
85.
tonight will have a very long wait before Champions Week in February. It'll be in the middle
100.
of February. There's a lot of darts between now and then, here and elsewhere. But Thibaut's got a very interesting few weeks coming up.
100.
The first thing I want to mention tonight, Murph, is that in the career of Thibaut Tricol, he is on
100.
not just this game winning streak, he's on a bit of a streak in another department as well. Because in the last 4 seasons, he's won a
40.
title of note. Whether that is on the PDC Challenge Tour or on the WDF ranking circuit. He hasn't won one this year
97.
yet. He wins tonight, he will maintain his own sort of streak with a big title win.
Yeah, of course. Runner-up at the Lakeside
100.
Championship
Nico
last year.
144.
First Frenchman to make a big World Championship final. And he's going to be
58.
back
Thibaut Ricard 91.
trying to do that again or go even one better next month. Looking for a winning start here. 74 remaining. Not going to go out, so Bloom will get a
51.
chance, and
Nico
Paul, he
Ricard,
might well end
86.
up on the bullseye.
Might even start on the bull, the way he's been going this week. Not going to be the bullseye, and it's not going to be tops either.
36.
Well,
Thibaut
the French touch,
40.
as he is known.
Game
Goes for
shown
tops
the
and
first
finds
leg.
it.
Thibaut Tricol.
It's a very efficient first leg. Gets a chance, takes the chance. And has
Second
it
leg,
been
Nico to throw
spectacular this
first.
week
Game
from
on.
Thibaut? Maybe 1 or 2 games could be labelled as spectacular, but I really do think that this week he's
96.
been really consistent. And that has sometimes been his downfall when he's played a long format through a week here.
40.
Yeah, if he does win, as mentioned, all 4 of his matches, he will equal that Daryl Pilgrim record for successive victories, 17. That would take him to the
41.
title and to Champions Week. Mentioned that Lakeside run last year and going back there this year. He could play Leonard
58.
Gates in his first match. That's a really mouth-watering opener. Gates has to get past Brian Corbett first, but many will fancy Leonard as potentially a favourite to win that
32.
title, bearing
Yeah.
in mind what he's done on the senior
I have
stage.
to agree. I have to agree. There are going to be some great players at that tournament in a few weeks' time, but has anybody got the confidence levels of Leonard Gates right now?
97.
And Thibaut goes in there as the 11th seed. He was the number 2 seed when he last went to Lakeside, and it followed
45.
the exact seeding, didn't it? Because he came second.
Healthy audience in this evening at the Live Lounge.
91.
Many of them are here to support one player in particular. Charlie Large, of course, who is in action later on tonight.
81.
Doesn't play till game 4. They're going to be made to wait for their man, but he is local to Portsmouth and plenty of his friends and family are here. Jared Cole's not from too far away either.
134.
You tend to find that when you've got local players, got a few more people watching in the Live Lounge crowd.
80.
There's
Thibaut
a violent collision
81.
there with Dart 2 for Nico. Could have cost him an easier out than 1-2-6. Double 13.
55.
I love how he's looking at the
Nico
score of Nico there,
126.
and in rhythm he threw the dart at double 13. 319's needed, and not found.
58.
Thibaut can stretch his
Thibaut
legs here.
Ricard, 26.
Double 13 if he goes straight for it, but he's decided against that. 6 for double 10. Hasn't
16.
quite worked out, and
Nico
every
Ricard,
leg
68.
can matter in these round robin groups, so Nico Bloom will be determined to get this one in the ledger.
Didn't go 18 bull. Interesting.
36. Thibaut Ricard, 10.
Double 5 for the Frenchman. Is that a guide or not?
No score.
Not really sure
Nico
with the way
Ricard,
his darts
32.
sit in the board as to whether that could be cruel or kind.
Been a lethargic start to this contest. Can Bloom stick one between the
No
posts? No, he
score.
can't. So he's now
Thibaut
missed
Ricard, 10.
4 darts to win this leg. Thibaut Tricol has missed half a dozen.
Here you can see what we're talking about. He can barely see that double because of the flights.
No score. Nico Ricard, 32.
9 darts. 9 darts for a 2-leg lead. Nico Bloom cannot believe his luck, I feel sure. But can he make the most of that luck? On the wire.
Game
On the
shown in
money.
the second leg. Nico
Bloom
Bloom.
somehow has managed to square this game up.
Smattering of applause here in the
Third
live
leg,
lounge
Thibaut to throw
for that
first.
second
Game
leg,
on.
one of the night. Right now, Nico Bloom is level, but the person feeling blue
140.
is the man from Les Bleus.
Yeah, and he would be after all those darts were missed. All in that leg, those 9 missed doubles.
85.
For Thibaut Tricol. You got a Tricol and a Cole tonight. Jared in the other group. He's playing next against William Borland.
45.
Not sure how many people call him William anymore. Maybe just his mum. It has been a bit of a week for
140.
darting nicknames in the mainstream. There was a lot of radio coverage earlier in the week about Owen Bates, and William Borland was brought into the conversation as well.
That does
55.
sail close to the wind, doesn't it?
This is better from Bloom. Down to 136. After 9 darts is a much better scoring effort. Thibault must stay with him after the disappointment of leg 2.
Well, he's in a very good position. Even if he doesn't take this out, if he can leave it handy, there's an enormous amount of pressure on Thibault here. 161. Starting on treble 20, but not finding it. So Bloom will return, bidding to break.
42.
This could be a huge jolt in the right direction for Nico. Misses the single.
36.
He's only got himself to blame there.
19.
His rhythm was a bit erratic in that visit, and he could pay the price.
Never seemed to set himself, did he? Before throwing his second dart, but he's getting away with it here.
40. Game shot on
And
the
he takes the
third
lead,
leg.
and I have to say it.
Bloom.
Thibault Tricot looks very, very rusty, as if he hasn't picked up a dart since winning on Wednesday. Maybe as if he hasn't even got out of bed since winning on Wednesday. This is a really slow start for him.
Yeah, this is a risk if you're not putting in the practice on the Thursday and the Friday. And it's always a reality that we have to talk about, because we can't tap people on the shoulder and say, you've got to put in the work on Thursday and Friday. It's completely up to them.
125.
But there's always this risk of somebody just taking it too easy.
Yeah, he said, did he, in his interview, he was asked,
60.
how did you prepare? What was your preparation like? His answer was nothing. And failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
81.
Then you got people like Jim McEwen, who is a great example of success right now, who, when he won a Group A, I remember him turning up to the practice room once saying, can I come and practice here?
We could have a similar kind of feeling. I know it was a champions night last week, but there were 2 players in each group that most people thought would be eliminated. They actually went through first in each of those groups. Tonight, that could happen again. Imagine if Nico Bloom wins both matches 1 and 3 this evening, and Harry Ward and Thibault Tricot play a shootout to join him.
58.
Will be the case. I was looking at the numbers from both groups earlier tonight, and I saw definitive favourites for qualification into the semi-finals in Thibault, in Harry, in Borland, and Jared Cole. But numbers are just a guide for stuff that we've already seen, not what we're about to see. And that's a really nice setup from Nico.
Superb. He's starting to lift his level.
100. Nico Carr,
Double
32.
16 for an unlikely 3-1 lead against a man who hasn't lost
Game shot on the fourth leg.
in his last 13
Nico
matches.
Bloom.
That run might come to a crashing end. And look at Thibault here. He's completely unsettled. He's raced to the hockey there before he's allowed to throw. There is 10 seconds between the game short of the previous leg and the game on of the next of the Super Series. And Paul Hinks had to hold him up, say, Thibault, just calm down, wait your turn.
81.
Is this a sign of a mental hurdle for a player that has not won in Portsmouth before? Because as each series goes by,
60.
and there are certain people out there who have reputations who have not won a Saturday night here, time ticks on and that title is not won, it gets harder
56.
to do it. Even Robert Thornton hasn't won here, and he's a 2-time senior world champion.
Yeah, 9 attempts Robert Thornton's had at finals night.
100.
All told, with no success. Some finals, some semi-finals, but no wins.
96.
Tricot could still turn this around, but whatever happens from here, this is a good start for Bloom, because there would have been a fear he could lose this match heavily.
Correct.
97.
This is all about Thibault's level, because we've seen a lot this week from Nico in this mid-70s range. Really well timed that one, Yeti. I can tell you that. Thibault needs a shot, and he needs it now.
That 180 would have made him feel like 56. He had the full weight of Nico Bloom standing on his shoulders as he threw those darts. Well, he's not going to complete this unless he finds a treble, but he has found a treble. Double 18.
70.
Match start missed for
Thibaut
Nico
Leclerc,
Bloom,
48.
who survived 9 darts for a 2-0 deficit earlier in the game. And he's coming
32.
back.
Nico Leclerc, 18.
Double 9. And he's missed
10.
his chance, not
Thibaut Leclerc,
once,
16.
not twice, but thrice. You do not want to do that against Thibaut.
No score.
Maybe
Nico
he
Leclerc,
can get
8.
away with it, though.
It is a doubles disaster for the Frenchman. Thibaut Tricol has missed 14 darts at the outer ring. Double 4 for Bloom. The first one's a
Game
mile
shot of the
away,
match, Nico
but the
Bloom.
second one's in, and that is an almighty shock to start the Super Series evening. Finals night of week 1 of Series 6, and Nico Bloom, the big underdog in Group 1, has thrashed the favourite Thibaut Tricol 4-1. He just could not get going, never woke up. Averaged just over 70 and missed 14 darts at double. A nightmare start for the Frenchman, who is going to have to beat Harry Ward later on this evening. Bloom off to the perfect start. Coming next in Group 2, Jared Cole faces Willie Borland.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break it was a case of more je ne sais na as far as Thibaut Tricol was concerned. A 4-1 defeat to Nico Bloom, misses on the doubles, means that his chances of going through are dangling by a thin thread. Right, we are going to pause from the Group 1 action now as we get Group 2 underway. We're going to see Willie Borland in action up against Jared Cole, who had a complete compare and contrast in terms of performances this week. He won each of his 4 matches on Thursday night before then proceeding to win 1 from 4 on Friday. One of those defeats coming to Borland in the piece. As far as Willie's concerned, he was the closest rival to Thibaut Tricol in Group A, but a slow start on Thursday meant that he had a bit of an uphill battle on Friday. He qualified in his last game of the session, and earlier on this evening, Chris Murphy caught up with both players.
Jared, welcome to finals night. How are you feeling about your chances this evening?
Yeah, I feel good. I'm overall mildly happy with how I played. I felt like last night wasn't a true sort of judge of how I can play. I felt like the hard work was done Thursday, which is a bit annoying, which, yeah, I want to sort of put the mentality right tonight and obviously come out the blocks and fire. So hopefully that'll come through.
It was a strange group, wasn't it? Because everybody seemed to play really well Thursday, then not so well on Friday.
Yeah, it was really bizarre. Like, everyone came out the group stage from Thursday night, and they all seemed very sort of like up for it and really raring to go. And obviously I was part of that, and I felt really good, played some of my best stuff, but then I just felt like I dropped off a little bit, and ultimately I feel like I need to make sure I don't do that again. So.
And you're playing somebody else from that group in your first match tonight in Willie Borland. How's the experience been with him in the practice room, playing against him? How important will it be to win that match?
Yeah, I mean, Willie's a good guy. He's a nice guy as well. Obviously, he's very fast, so it's something to keep in mind when playing him. But it's more just keeping my own pace, nothing more than just sort of making sure I'm right, rather than sort of worrying about what he's doing. As I say, I believe that if I play my game, I'm capable of beating anyone. So ultimately, as long as I do that, I like to think it's in my control. So.
And finally, you're relatively local to us at the Live Lounge now. Have you got a few people in cheering you on?
Yeah, there's a couple coming down. The usual cavalry. Hopefully in full voice, and hopefully they come through for me tonight. But yeah, ultimately I'm throwing the dart, so hopefully I can do them proud.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Willie, finals night here on Saturday at the Super Series. Just give us a sense of how you're feeling going into tonight.
I feel confident, looking forward to it. I feel it's going to probably be one of the youngest finals that's ever been in MODUS, so I'm looking forward to playing tonight.
A bit of an audience in, of course. You've experienced much bigger. Is that something that can actually play into your hands?
No, definitely. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I just want to play some good darts and try and go on to win it. But I feel like I can play better with a crowd in. It gives you a bit of background noise and something to concentrate on when things aren't going your way. So I'm looking forward to tonight.
Jared Cole in your first match, a couple of battles with him in that Group B. That was quite a strange campaign from everyone. Just sum up what it was like to be in that Group B, because it went right down to the death.
No, obviously, it was a very hard group. Obviously, I was looking to come out of Group A, but the couple of the games, obviously yesterday, was a mental night. Obviously, losing to players like on paper that I'd be looking to beat normally, and then having to win the two hardest games to qualify, and then it wasn't the same for Harry as well. So now I'm just happy to qualify, play some good stuff and some bad stuff at the same time. But now hopefully I can be consistent again tonight and come on to be the winner.
It seemed throughout the week that you've kind of got more pumped up, got more into it as the week has gone on. Do you think that you really kind of explode on that stage tonight into animation, celebration, hopefully at the end of the evening?
No, definitely, mate. Yeah, no, as I said, I've been pretty consistent. Obviously, the first few days, I was struggling to just try and break over that 90 average and stuff. But now I feel like I've been pretty consistent throughout the full week, so that's taken into consideration from like when I've been the last couple of months. So now I'm happy with the way everything's going, and I feel like I'm good enough to win it tonight.
Good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
They were the thoughts of Willie Borland, who will take on Jared Cole in his first game of the night. He'll be hoping that he's got more than two to play tonight. Everybody will be hoping that they're playing 4 games, and then they will get a guaranteed batch of games in February. That's the goal for this evening. But when you look at what you've got in the field tonight, there's a lot of hope out there. A lot of people hoping that they will be hoisting the weekly trophy. This man, 23-year-old now, he's got at least 7 years of top flight darts experience now, but Willie Borland's been around quite a long time for a 27-year-old, and I think there's pressure on both of them tonight to deliver. What do you think, Chris Murphy?
I agree. One of the youngest finals night fields we've ever had here at the Super Series, but there's also plenty of experience on that stage from many of those young players. You mentioned earlier Jared Cole's little run at the Lakeside last year. Willie Borland had a 9-darter at the Ali Pali. They shouldn't
59.
feel out of place this evening. And in this group, these would be the 2 players that would be expected to progress based on stats, history,
30.
stature, odds. Yet, probably more than half the audience are here
41.
to cheer the other player in the group, Charlie Large.
There's one thing we haven't addressed tonight already, is that when you think about the fact that we've been in Portsmouth since September the 3rd, 2022,
60.
how many weekly titles have been won by tonight's 6 combatants? None. None of them
139.
have done it before, which means that we will get edgy games, we will get edgy situations, but it's the experience outside of Portsmouth that might help them get
104.
to the pot of gold at around about 11:30 local time.
44. Jared Yukar, 167.
Well, does he go for the ball if he gets it? We won't find out. Went for it to try and
102.
leave himself on tops. But it's a decent enough start from Jared Cole here. Having the darts in this
60.
match might be
Jared Yukar,
crucial.
65.
Does he go 25 again? Because he doesn't have to. Double 11 is an option. Double
Game
6,
shot of the
well
first
found.
leg, Jericho.
I suppose you'd have to call him a local now because he is not too far away from Portsmouth. But does that come
Second
with
leg
extra
Willie through
pressure?
first. Game on.
The fact that you haven't had to travel from Scotland or from Germany or
140.
from another part of Europe or the world. The fact that you can get here in a matter of less than an hour,
60.
it's technically a home game.
140.
Now this week, Jared made his way through Group B
140.
by winning 5 of his 8 group games. A win percentage of the week for 63%.
131.
Now, if you did that in your Super Series career, I'd say you are one of the top dogs. This week, we've seen win percentages for Charlie Large at 80%.
161.
He's the other combatant in
William
this group
Carr,
that Chris
90.
mentioned. But the biggest came from the person who was defeated in the first
82.
game. We can just give you indications of what form could be like coming into the group, but it may not tell you the story of Saturday.
85. William Carr, 8.
Willie Borland looking at double 4 for 1 apiece. Double 2. And still had to knock himself
Game
out of
shot
his
on the
rhythm, and maybe
second
that
leg.
helped
Willie
him there,
Borland.
Willie Borland, as he bids for his first weekly win. Paul mentioned that there are 6 players that have never won
Third leg
their
challenger
week
through first.
on the
Game
stage here at the MODUS Super Series in action tonight, so we will have a brand new weekly winner, but there is one in the building,
45.
Anton Ursland, and there he is. And I'm pretty certain that he's been hanging around Portsmouth ever since Champions Week. He's back in
55.
action next week, but just maybe really enjoys it here.
Maybe he'll never leave. Maybe he likes Portsmouth so much, he might have to make his home here.
I'm reliably informed, actually, he doesn't enjoy flying, so he's chosen not to have the extra flight in between.
42.
So what has he done at Dennis Burkamp and just driven from Sweden? That's a long drive. You'd have to go through
58.
southern Sweden, all the way through Denmark, through northern Germany, through the Netherlands and Belgium, get the ferry, and then drive to Portsmouth.
He's not the only former Super Series participant
75.
that's here tonight. There you see to the right of your screen, Adam Lipscomb, who we've seen on that stage. In fact, he will be a quiz question
45.
answer only for a long time, because he was on the receiving end of the 9-dart finish that was hit by Fallon Sherrick, the first female player ever to hit a 9-darter on TV.
59.
And just like Willie Borland hitting that 9 to finish a match. Who was his opponent?
59.
It was Bradley Brooks. Bradley Brooks, somebody that Jared Cole has grown up with over the last few seasons in Junior Darts, Corporation Darts, and Development Tour, and into the senior
60.
ranks now.
Yeah, they've played European finals in the JDC. This is like 6 degrees of separation, isn't it?
100.
When you look at 220, all you're thinking is maximum to leave tops.
60.
But the darts tonight are not being played at their premium. I think this is a sign of 6 players who have not won a weekly title, or should I say, 4 players that we've seen so far out of the 6.
Big shot now, this for Jared Cole, with Willie Borland waiting on 50. What a dart, what a start. Oh, tops.
120.
What a finish it would have
William Carr,
been.
50.
That would have been his biggest finish of the week as well. Topping his
Game shot on the third
1-2-1
leg.
effort.
Willie Borland.
But that is a defiant look from Willie Borland. 50 points left. He goes for 14 double
Fourth leg Willie
18.
to throw first.
Doesn't matter
Game
about the
on.
route as long as you get it. And I think this week we've seen pretty much every route for 50 you can possibly imagine.
59.
Yeah, including straight for the bull.
$99.
Going to be written in the stars for somebody tonight. Borland had a
1 out of
somewhat
40.
lackadaisical start to this game in the scoring department, but he's starting to knit something together here.
Just for information as well, it's quite an interesting move for both Anton and
100.
Adam to be in the audience tonight, because both of those players are in action on week 2. Were you the sort of player, if you were in a tournament, maybe not playing
118.
until day 2 or 3, would go and get the feel of a venue?
In the early days, absolutely. World Championship, maybe go there 3 or 4 days beforehand, soak up the
77.
atmosphere. And then later in my career, it was get there the day before, just soak it in a little bit. But if it was a
95.
new venue and a new feel, get in there early and find out what it's all about. You do not want it to be completely new to you when you start a campaign.
Yeah, another player has spent quite a lot of time here this week, who's in action all week next week, a certain Scott
65.
Mitchell.
Willie Car 89.
Look forward to seeing how Scotty Dog gets on the Super Series stage. Double 5
Game
here.
shot on the fourth
And Willie
leg.
Borland
Willie
is getting on
Borland.
very, very, very well indeed. From one Scot to another.
If there is
Fifth leg Jared to throw first.
one pattern
Game
that
on.
follows Willie Borland around, it's that he tends to start a campaign very well, but has this
97.
tendency to tail off. If he can maintain a really good consistent level tonight of between
58.
88 and 95, that's the kind of quality that could win tonight, in my opinion. We've only got 4 players out of the 6 tonight who have averaged
60.
over 90 in a game. And in fact, those 4 players have averaged over 100 in a game.
97.
You might not need that level tonight, but I guarantee you in fixtures like this, you can find high 80s or low 90s. It might just be good enough.
1 out of them.
Jared Cole's not
40.
finding that, and he did struggle last night. He got through, he topped the group, but he did all the damage on Thursday, as he said
45.
himself, winning all of his matches on the opening night of Group B. And it feels like he's not been able to reset, like there's a little bit of a hangover.
$100.
Is that enough? You feel at this stage it is.
100. Jared
Because Willie
Car
Borland on
104.
301 after his second dart was not going to leave a finish. 50 left, and this time it's 18 for double 16.
72.
He's not going to let Willie get away
131. Jared Car 32.
here, Jared Cole, determined to at least keep it close in this. Losing your first game is not always a disaster, but losing it heavily can be. So this double may need to be found.
16.
And it's not found.
Willie Car
And
70.
he may find himself suffering the same fate as Thibaut Tricol. The winner of Group A lost 4-1. 19 needed for a dart of the ball. And he
Game
nails
shot on
it.
the match. Willie
And just
Borland.
like the winner of Group A, the winner of Group B has been beaten 4-1 in the opener. A big win for Big Willie, who conquers the king of the castle, Jared Cole. A 4-1 success. And Borland is in a very strong position for when he takes on Charlie Large in a couple of games' time. An average of around 85, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Cole had the exact same amount, but could only find 1. So as I said, Borland will be back against Large in 2 games. But before then, Nico Bloom could go through if he beats Harry Ward.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Woody Bourne got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 in the first game of Group 2. As far as Group 1 is concerned, we head to our midway point. We're going to see the return of Nico Bloom. He got the better of Thibaut Tricol by 4 legs to 1 in his opening match, so he just needs a couple of legs to go through. He takes on Harry Ward in the second middle match of this particular group. A win for Nico would mean that the last game would be a decider to see who would join Bloom in the semi-finals. As for Ward, back at a Saturday night here at the Super Series and looking for his first weekly win. And early on this evening, Chris Murphy caught up with him.
Harry, how are you feeling ahead of finals night here at the Super Series?
I'm just happy to be here. I know it's a cliche, but after last night, you know, Thursday I was great in Group B. Last night I went in with the wrong attitude, I think, and obviously managed to get over the line. Somehow finished second. I thought I was third after I'd beat Rob, but yeah, over the moon to be here and time to put it right.
Yeah, it was a complicated night for us in comms to work out what people needed to do, but you went into that last match a straight shootout, and that's kind of the way things will be tonight. Is that how you like playing darts?
Yeah, obviously I knew I had to win, and that I'm one of them players that can just lack concentration at big moments, and in the littler moments, you know. And I struggle to kill off games because my concentration isn't there sometimes. But when I need it, I feel like I'm a good player under pressure. Like last leg deciders in Group A, I thought I hit a 180 nearly in all of them, you know. So today, obviously the crowd in there as well, and 6 good players. I think hopefully I'll play well.
Couple of semi-finals here. You know how to get through the group stage, but what will it take to make that next step?
Just a bit more game management. The last semi-final, I can honestly say, I got through my group and I was on the second semi-final, and I think I sort of relaxed a bit too much. I didn't practice enough in the back room, and just I knew going into that game I'd not prepared right, but obviously you learn from your mistakes. So hopefully I get to that stage tonight, the semi-final again, and I could put that right.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. And can I just say happy birthday to my sister, Kerry Ann. Not there tonight for her birthday, but hopefully I do her proud. So, yeah.
You'll be able to buy her something nice with £5,000.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well, the last time I saw somebody saying that they could possibly win something in honour of somebody else, it was Neil Duff saying that he wanted to win the Lakeside title for his daughter because the final match would have been on her birthday. Well, it is Harry Ward's sister's birthday. Happy birthday, of course. But it's all down to business now, Harry. And speaking to him earlier tonight, I think he was just pleased to be here on a Saturday night where Luke Littler is not here, because it seemed like he was running into him all the time. But he has got to take care of Nico Bloom, who has got the jump on him by beating Thibaut Tricol in the first match of the night. That was a bit of a shock. But now we know that if Nico wins this
the
game,
best of order, please. First leg, Nico to throw first. Game on.
he will win Group 1. And it would be a straight shootout in game number 5 between Ward and Thibaut. Interesting times ahead.
137.
Indeed. And Harry Ward, well, we know he's got pedigree. He's won a PDC Pro Tour, of course, and we know that he can get out of groups on Saturday nights,
42.
regardless of who's in them. Back-to-back semi-finals for Big H here. Yeah, but Bloom just a couple of legs away from qualification. And the nightmare really here for Thibaut Tricol is Harry Ward winning this game 4-2, because it means that Thibaut would need to win 4-1 or 4-0 against Ward to qualify. We'll talk more about him, but Harry Ward wants us to talk about him with that maximum in the opening leg.
He's hit the most 180s of the week. That's his 31st of the week. As far as Bloom is concerned, he's played the most games this week. This is his 27th game of week number 1 of Series 6.
Well, we've seen his reactions when he's hit bullseye finishes. If the big fish goes, he might spontaneously combust on the stage. Fortunately, spares us that scenario, but he is working his way down to a leg-winning chance here, despite the full house from Harry earlier in the leg. Because there's been little else around it.
78.
That's the thing about 180s. They're great, as long as you back them up. Ward so far has not. No treble 18 for Nico.
56.
Meaning that Ward can have a crack at a biggie.
41.
Ward himself would be through after this match if he won it 4-0. There'd be no circumstance in which he would fail to qualify if
95.
that was
Nico
to be
O'Connor,
the case,
54.
but it's looking unlikely. Bloom goes for 14 and tops conventional
Game shot on the
stuff,
first
and it is
leg.
clinical
Nico
stuff from
Bloom.
Nico Bloom here. He did say in his own interview that he would be more business-like tonight, and we are seeing that, aren't we?
Second
Very
leg
much
added
so.
through first. Game on.
Said he was more focused coming into tonight than at any point this week. There's definitely a time to have a bit of flair, but there's a time where you may need things like that. He's always been noted as a big scorer, but if he can back up those big scores,
60.
from what we've seen this week and tonight, Nico may not have an answer. And he's backing it up this time. Almost in the perfect way.
5 perfect darts from Harry Ward. Much better follow-up to the maximum in this leg than in the last.
54.
I was asking you off the air, wasn't I, earlier tonight, whether you'd spoken about Nico being the answer to his own pub quiz question. But let's pay homage to Ward, who's just hit a 170 to leave 11. Shades of that famous leg between Jeffrey Desvan and Adrian Lewis at the match play 5.5 years ago. Remember that, Murph? And they both left 11 after 9?
Mirrored each other, yeah. Double 4, 4 and 11. Has had a 9 darter, had one on the PDC Pro Tour, did Harry Ward. It came in 2019 in a match against Willie O'Connor.
137. Ariuka 8.
2 4s. Best leg of the night.
Game
Right
shot on
in the
second
corner.
leg.
He wasn't even sure it
Harry
was in.
Ward.
Paul Hinks gives him the nod. But yeah, the pub quiz question
Third leg,
that
Nico to throw
Nico
first.
Bloom is the answer
Game on.
for is, who was the first player born this century who played on the European Tour?
41.
And the answer is Nico Bloom.
Yeah, he was 16 years of age when he made it 6 years ago now. He actually played in 4 Euro Tour events that year.
90.
Really burst onto the scene, did Bloom. But then decided quite quickly to take a lengthy break from the game. He came here
57.
really out of practice of playing in front of the stage, in front of the cameras, and he has embraced every second of it. And he's now 1 leg away from making it to the semi-finals.
He's the same age as a player that
125.
is top of my list to see here at the Super Series. That's Nico Springer, who narrowly lost out in the German Super League in the
60.
last couple of days.
Ah, the Spaniel. If he's not called that, he should be.
You just like spaniels.
100.
One of my top players to see here, Bo Greaves, who ran Nathan Aspinall, the World Match Play champion, almighty close at the Grand Slam of Darts this afternoon.
43.
In a match between the men's and women's World Match Play champs. 5-4 to the Asp in the end.
96.
This is a really good answer from Ward since he lost that first leg. He sails above the 100 average all of a sudden. And Nico is still in that mid-70s range,
Ariuka 90.
which proved to be good enough against the Frenchman, but it might not be good enough against Big H.
I do wonder if Bloom has worked out the maths. He did go into a game
32.
to qualify against Charlie Large knowing that he needed 1 leg to get through, and he did know it. He needs 2 legs to go through here, but he will have an insurance policy because at the moment you would expect Harry Ward to beat Thibaut Tricol, the way they've both played so far.
I'd have to agree. Double top for H.
18.
No break of throw, and this is a big shot.
82.
And it was actually the same shot that qualified him when he needed that 1 leg in Group C. 17 for tops. And
Game shot on
Nico
the third
Bloom
leg.
is the
Nico
first
Bloom.
semi-finalist in MODUS Super Series 6. Flower Power has upset the odds and made it to the final 4 on week 1. That was a leg he needed. Doesn't have to win the match. Would love to do it, of course. But Bloom will be in the semi-finals.
And that
30.
means that either Harry Ward or Thibaut Tricol will not be in the semi-finals. Already a surprise here on the first Saturday night of Series
26.
6. He knows, and he's fist pumping it.
And now, if he does know, it means that we might start to see some of the maverick stuff from Nico Bloom.
140.
Don't give him license, because that'll give Harry Ward nightmares, because he'll think he's playing against Luke Littler again. But it may just free him up a little bit, because now, what pressure's on him? There's none.
By the way, we've got the exact same scenario in Group 2 because Willie Borland won his match 4-1, so he only needs 2 legs to qualify when he plays Charlie Large next.
So at worst, Harry's going to have a one-on-one battle, Thibaut Tricol, just to win a game to get through. Knockout scenario. That's the worst scenario.
And it's kind of deja vu for both these players. Mentioned what Bloom did yesterday to get through. Harry Ward had a straight shootout against Rob Grundy in the last group game of last night. He won it. He made it. Not going to make this, but it's not going to matter with Bloom outside finishing range at the moment.
99.
He'll be inside it in a second. But how far inside it?
60.
Not far enough.
32.
Harry's had 5 darts a double and hit 1. That's a good shot. Because Nico Bloom in this game has gone for 2 and hit 2. The last thing you want to do is give him another shot.
5th leg, Nico to throw first. Game on.
This is the first game tonight that will have at least 6 legs. I'm not sure how you feel about this shirt, you know, Murph, because
100.
You know that I support Newcastle United. I know that you're a Sheffield Wednesday fan. And if you think about our biggest rivals being Sunderland and Sheffield United, that shirt looks like Sunderland and Sheffield United.
54.
Yeah, though I have been trying my best not to broadcast my allegiances this particular season. Although Sheffield United are not doing very well themselves, are they?
Yeah, neither are Newcastle today. Lost to Bournemouth. But I do love the nickname. It's one of the most impressive nicknames that I've seen in the last few years.
135.
Although that shirt does make him look like he's part of a barbershop quartet.
140.
Great first start. Had he got another 60 there, the call on dart 3 would have been the bull.
121.
Bullseye or 25 would have left a finish with Bloom just outside the finishing zone, but now he's inside it.
100.
And the favourite to take the lead once again.
Yeah, he's having a decent evening. He hasn't played at any electrifying level, Nico Bloom,
57.
but you can only win the matches you're in, can't you?
Absolutely. He's actually playing better than he did against Thibaut, average-wise. Going to get a third shot at a double here.
40.
But will he get one with his next visit? The answer is yes. Here's the amazing thing.
25.
We know that Bloom has got a good game in his arsenal. But his best average of the week, 89.13. He hasn't even broken 90. He hasn't even hit the single 18 there. Only got himself to blame.
Harry Ward hasn't crashed in anything big in this game yet. In terms of finishers, he has it 2 180s, but he's not going to take out the ton topper here. Had a 167 finish in his very first match of Group B on Thursday. But Bloom looking at double 10.
20. Ariuka 16.
Smell trouble for the German. There will be trouble if double 8 is hit. And that is a nice little bounce, isn't it? For a 3-2 lead. And Ward, if he wins by 4 legs to 2, he will give himself an extra out when he plays the Frenchman in game 5. Because you can win this game 4-2.
96.
You could still lose by 4 legs to 3 in your last match and go through.
60.
Reminder coming next, Willie Borland in the same situation Bloom was coming into this game, needing 2 legs. Takes on Charlie Large, so Bloom's through before Large has even thrown a dart on that stage tonight. They've all been waiting for Charlie to make his way to that stage. He's in his hometown here in Portsmouth.
140.
A little bit further to travel.
It is a bit of a darting town, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. And there are a few players from in and around the area that do pick up a following. In fact, next week is littered with them. We could have a real
58.
packed house on finals night if certain players get through. And Scott Mitchell is from Bournemouth. That's a decent trek, but I'm sure a few will come with him.
140.
And then same part of the world, Tommy Morris. We've got Mike Gillett, Jamie Kelling and Adam Lipscomb, who can all get here within an hour or so.
40. Nico
Many
Lucar,
congratulations today to Andy
161.
Jenkins, who won a tour title on the senior circuit, and he's from just down the road.
97.
Well, Harry's got to put pressure on that 64, and if he does, he might just get a match-winning opportunity.
$137. Nico
Well, he
Lucar, 64.
underlined that pressure there. Bold font, capital P. And it did
60.
the trick.
Adiuka, 36.
And this kind of ends up being a decent result for both players. Bloom through, having won the 2 legs he needed to win. And
Game,
Harry Ward's
shot,
going to have
and the
plenty
match.
to
Harry
play
Ward.
with when he takes on Thibaut Tricol, who looks like he's in a whole heap of trouble now in Group 1. The Frenchman, much fancied, the Group A winner, is going to have to get a massive win against Harry Ward to go through. Nico Bloom will not have to worry about that. Despite losing that game, he is through to the semi-finals. Harry Ward hoping to follow him, and following the break, it will be Willie Borland against the hometown hero, Charlie Large.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by Nico Blum. Nico, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Through to the semi-finals, although you didn't quite know the full ins and outs, did you, that you were in?
No. I thought I'm done now. I thought I were out, but then they told me I have to go up to the balcony to get through to an interview, and I thought, for what? And then you told me that I'm in, so I'm just happy. No more words.
Nico,
It was the Chinese yesterday.
I hear that there's, I was going to say, I've heard about this. There's a story about you and an inspired Chinese meal out, a succulent Chinese meal.
Yeah, absolutely love the Chinese. I asked Henry, where's the best Chinese? And he told me about 3 restaurants or something. So at least we went to one he doesn't know. But it was really, really good.
You'll have to tell me the recommendation after we go off air. But let's talk a little bit about yourself and this week, because I suppose that this interview's kind of actually typified a little bit how you've treated this experience. Of course, you're taking it seriously when you're on the hockey, but you've got this real happy-go-lucky nature about you, really enjoying every single bit about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I love every single dart I throw, and it's nice to play good again. It's not good at all because it wasn't a high average in the last matches, but at least I won. I lost against Harry, but I won a lot of matches, so it was enough, and I'm just happy.
Well, we'll let you prepare for the semi-finals, and who knows, if you win tonight, you might be able to enjoy another Chinese meal.
Oh, of course, with you. I will pay for it, definitely.
He said it on camera. He said it on camera.
I will pay for it.
Nico, thank you so much. And who
Thank
knows,
you, Henry.
maybe a Chinese might be on the
Yeah.
way. Right, we know one thing's definitely on the way. That is Game 4 of our night. And it sees the hometown favourite, Charlie Large, in action. He takes on Willie Borland, who needs just a couple of legs to secure his passage into the semi-finals. And earlier on this evening, Charlie caught up with Chris Murphy.
Charlie, finals night at the Super Series in your hometown. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too good. I'm not nervous or nothing. Yeah, I've got about 14, 15 people come down me, so should be a good night.
Yeah, who's here? Who's cheering you on?
I've got my nan, my aunties, my uncle. I've got my missus, one of her friends, and cousins. Pretty much all my whole family's down here tonight, so yeah.
It's a night they've been waiting for, and for you as well. You've been here a couple of times and not been here, so how special will it be to be on that stage in front of them?
Yeah, well, I said Thursday, I said if I get through, then everyone come down, but I knew I was in a good position last Thursday, but I knew I wasn't actually through yet. So I had to finish the job on Friday, then I said they'll all come down tonight.
The way you've played, how confident do you feel? You only lost a couple of matches after all.
Yeah, I lost to Thomas and Felix, but I didn't play my best the old group, and I could play better, but I've done enough to get the job done.
What would it feel like if you were to go all the way and win in front of your home crowd tonight?
Yeah, well, that's the plan. I'm not here to just make up our numbers, I'm here to win, so hopefully that's what happens.
Does it make it more special for you? I know some of the other players, we've got Nico from Germany, Thibaut from France. Does it make it that little bit more special that it is here in Portsmouth?
Yeah, I was speaking to Harry then, and he said, I can't say exactly what he said, but he said, basically, you're lucky you live about 5 minutes away, not hours for the rest of us, so yeah, we're pretty lucky, actually, yeah.
We'll let you go and prepare. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Nice to have a local player on the stage, as always. And now it's Charlie's turn to take on Willie Borland, who has the destiny of the group in his hands, because if he wins this game, he will win Group 2. It will then be a shootout between Charlie and Jared. 27-year-old from Scotland, who won his first game of the night by 4 legs to 1, taking full advantage of a subpar Jared Cole. But now, the
Thank you,
winner
ladies and gentlemen.
of
The
Group
very best
C
of order, please. First
will
leg,
take
Willie
on
through
Willie
first.
Borland, who has been
Game
part
on.
of 2 groups this week, Murph.
Yeah, and he came pretty close, actually. It was only the relentless run of Thibaut
60.
Tricol that stopped him winning, actually, on his birthday. Wednesday was Willie Borland's birthday. Couldn't quite make it through Group A, but did make it through Group B.
180.
And Charlie, gives them something to cheer about straight away.
140.
The decibel level in here has just gone up. All courtesy of Monsieur Large.
140.
And so far the scoring is very large.
Large scoring. He's got a large following. Will it be the
57.
largest night of his fledgling career?
What is it about young people at the minute?
140.
They seem to be resurrecting what we used to call the curtains.
Every trend comes back around, Paul.
Next thing you know, he'll be walking in here with a naff jacket
41.
on. What a first leg this is. Shouldn't call him Charlie Large, let's call him Charlie Brilliant. That's a 12-dart start.
Charlie Large playing up in Pompey.
First, game on.
Willie Borland with work to do. Remember, he just needs 2 legs to qualify. Exactly the same scenario that Nico
42.
Bloom faced in the previous match. We will keep you up to date with all of the permutations in the curtain closers in each group, but anything you can do, so can I, says Willie Borland as he kicks off the next leg against a throw with a maximum.
95.
Like we've said already tonight and in previous weeks, when you see a group game like this, it could still be
45.
the final. So what last week, when Jim McEwen was playing one of his group games, it turned out to be the fixture in the final, and it was reversed.
137.
And he played Marino Michaels, lost that group game, but won the final by a distance.
96.
No stranger to finals. Charlie Large played at the Lakeside, the
45.
World Boys final last year, lost out to Bradley Roos, a man we've seen a beaten finalist twice on this stage, in fact.
80.
Littler was hoping to get there. One of the few things he didn't win, of course, if he had made the final, it would have been Littler on Large, wouldn't it?
95. Willie Carr 100.
Might have to save that one for another time. Tops for Willie.
60.
There might be
O'Carr,
2-0 for
87.
Charlie.
Yeah, and if he wins this match 4-0, he'll be through with a game to spare, by the way. If he hits the ball, he'll be halfway there.
62.
On the green,
Willie
but not
O'Carr,
quite in the
40.
hole.
That will tend to stop the Charlie charge.
30.
Now is Charles
Charlie
in
O'Carr,
charge
25.
at 2-0?
Game
He
shot of the
is.
second leg. Charlie
I
Large.
bet you didn't get that one, Murph. Charles in charge. Used to be a TV programme, that.
Sounded good.
Third leg
And it's
Willie to
looking
third
good
first.
for
Game
Charlie
on.
Large. 2-0 up against Willie Borland. Borland was the one who needed 2 legs. Large has got him. He kicked
177.
off the last leg with a 180. That didn't bother Large.
Here's the thing about these group scenarios on Saturday night, though.
57.
If you're in Willie's position right now, knowing that if you get 2 legs, you're in the semis.
100.
The last thing you want to do is get no legs or just the one, because then you'll sit in that practice room and wonder, have I done enough? You're better off sitting in there,
40.
having got what you need, just like Nico Bloom, and then you can prepare because you know what's happening next.
100.
Borland looking likely to get one of the 2 legs he needs here. So he has had 5 darts at double already and has passed up
100.
all of those
Willie O'Carr,
opportunities.
124. 54.
Got a great amount of ability as Willie. But every now and again, he just proves that he needs to iron out some of this erratic stuff
98.
that
Willie
creeps
O'Carr,
into his
70.
game.
Yeah, he is so quick. So quick. And
54.
sometimes when you're moving around different targets on the board, you can be too hasty.
58. Willie O'Carr,
She'll get it this
16.
time. But that's a horrible blocker.
No score.
That's why it was
Charlie
horrible. He
O'Carr,
couldn't get past it.
148.
Right, a big finish on offer now for Charlie. It's not going to happen. Can he apply some pressure just to rattle the cage of Willie Borland? He does exactly that.
Willie O'Carr, 16. Game shot
Gage
the
wasn't
third leg.
rattled.
Willie Boland.
And that's really interesting that he does that against Charlie. How to win friends and influence people, not.
Fourth leg Charlie to
Well,
through
Charlie,
first. Game on.
he's a cheeky chappy, isn't he? He's chuckling away to himself after the big bellow by Borland.
Oh, what did Turkish say in Snatch? It's not a tickling contest. It's $5,000 up for grabs tonight. Might as well go for it.
I think he was just trying to be louder than the Charlie Large fan club, wasn't he, Willie Borland? He hasn't got anyone who's clambered over Hadrian's wall to come down and see him.
Here's the thing that I think is the most important aspect of Willie Borland's career right now.
140.
I think he wants to be recognised for something that is not a 9-darter of the World Championship. If you look at his second round game after he hit that 9, he played terribly. Because of all the media commitments, he did radio shows and newspapers and
93.
interviews for YouTube channels for a matter of days. And then when he went into that second game, he did not play well. Since then, his career has taken a different trajectory. I think a win tonight would get him back on track.
Yeah, don't disagree. Needs
58.
one more leg,
Charlie O'Carr,
remember, to get to the
100.
semi-finals. Charlie Large looking for the perfect start in his hometown. Double 10.
80.
He will return for that target. Willie Borland's had a nightmare on doubles. That's really the reason he's behind
44.
2-1 in this
O'Carr,
game.
20.
He's missed 10. Charlie Large has been pretty good, 40% so far.
Nudges the wire. Has 2 left. Can't find the target, and Willie Borland's got a
Willie
shot.
O'Carr, 140.
18's route doesn't pay off
98. Charlie
for
O'Carr,
the
20.
Scotsman on this occasion. So back to that double 10 again. And now going up for double 5, but
15.
not going in.
Willie O'Carr, 42.
And Willie Borland has a real opportunity here. Double 18 becomes double 9. And Willie Borland is in the semi-finals. He's done enough. Exactly like Nico Bloom in the previous game. He needed 2 legs. He's got 2 legs. And Big Willie is in the final 4.
All is not lost, Charlie. You've still got another match to go, and
100.
the rest of this match to make the next game a little easier. But so far tonight, we have 2 semi-finalists, one of them being Flower
43.
Power, the other one being Thistle Power.
Nicely done.
134.
Got to think about possible nicknames for Charlie Large. I mean, there's a lot you could do. I mean, it's a good name. It's a good job, really, that their surnames weren't the other way around.
97.
Talking about Charlie Borland.
Exactly.
45. Willie O'Carr, 170.
Biggest finish of anybody in finals night tonight from this week.
134.
Belongs to Harry Ward, 167, but Willie's best came in his very first game this week, 154.
57. Willie O'Carr, 36.
Well, he loves that double 18. He nailed double 9 to qualify for the semi-finals. He's thinking about not going for it here. And he didn't.
32.
Well, he did. And that could have been a lot worse. But I assure you, he did not want to leave 4 points here. I'm not sure he got that
55.
right. I
Willie
think
O'Carr,
busting the
4.
score there or leaving something different was the right play.
And it surely crossed his mind because we saw the delay and the deliberation and the dither from Willie Borland, who's ended up in the madhouse here. This is something for him to reflect on when he looks back on this match.
3 words for the last 5 darts.
100.
Bad board
Willie O'Carr,
management.
2.
And that's
No
why
score. Charlie O'Carr, 106.
Willie's a silly Billy.
3 18s. Leave 2 16s.
74. Willie O'Carr, 2.
And it was nearly an act of pickpocketing from Charlie Large,
Game
but double
shot on the
1
fifth
does
leg.
go in
Willie
the
Borland.
end. The leg goes Borland's way. Well, this is very interesting now. Boland already through. Charlie Large is going to have
Looks like Charlie to through
a
first.
second match here, and he'll play Jared Cole. It's going to be a straight shootout if he loses this game, but if he can win it,
135.
then it makes it a little bit more interesting because of the heavy defeat that Willie inflicted on Jared Cole
83.
in the first game in this group.
This is much better. This is a bit like leg one all of a sudden from Charlie.
100.
A lot more down the middle with the efforts at the treble 20.
134.
And I think what's important for Willie and the rest of this game is not to exude too much energy. Just relax and play it. Conserve
96.
the energy levels that you might need a little bit later for a semi-final and potentially a final. Just take your foot off the
100.
intensity a little bit. You don't need it now, but you might need it later.
Just to confirm, there are 7 possible results in best of 7 matches.
98.
If Charlie Large loses this game, as I said, it'll be a straight shootout. But if he wins it, he can afford to lose. He can afford to lose 4-2 or 4-3.
Game show on the
So
sixth leg.
it comes down to a last leg. Charlie Large squares things up with Willie Borland, and this could be a huge leg in the context of this group because it gives him more outs in his last match.
But there's something on the line for Willie as well. Don't forget that if he wins this leg and the group, he will have the darts in the second semi-final.
81.
There have been an awful lot of games this week where having the darts hasn't proven to be
97.
an advantage. And if you think about tonight, for instance, everybody having the darts has lost, but it's still an advantage before a dart is thrown.
57.
It looks like it's going to go Borland's way, and that would just mean it would be straight fight between Cole and Large.
108.
But he should take some heart from his performance. I think Charlie would be going into that match more confident than Jared Cole.
I'd have to say so.
80. Willie O'Connor, 88.
Doesn't seem to be getting too despondent at this stage, Charlie, as well, which is the right thing to do. Just play the
47.
situation. It goes from being a group game to a knockout game.
We did another treble to leave a finish.
95.
Can't get the required one, so this is for Borland to double his win tally for the night and secure group victory. Here's the table topper. Willie Borland gets a job done in both of his Group 2 games. A 4-1 win against Jared Cole is followed by a 4-3 victory against Charlie Large, who played some decent stuff in that game. Straight across to his friends and family, should not be too disappointed, and he will be back with the chance to qualify when he faces off against Jared Cole in the final match of the group stages. Before that, it's going to be Harry Ward and Thibaut Tricol in the curtain closer of Group 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined out here by Willie Ball. And Willie, 2 victories for yourself in the group stages, but you were just saying that one there against Charlie was more than hard work for more than one reason.
Yeah, definitely. He played very well. I thought my scoring was good, and obviously we both missed a lot of chances, but like the crowd there being so close, it was very hard because they were all against me. So I'm just happy to get through that one. That could have been a sticky one.
Was that tough? Because you're almost playing a second person on stage when you got that crowd for the person, obviously, who was playing you.
No, definitely. As I said, like the crowd they did get to me a bit, but no, as I said, like I knew that, and on my throw, I felt I was always going to win the throw, like, as you always need to be. But no, I'm just happy to get through there, and I'm looking forward to now the semi-finals.
Let's say into the semi-finals now, a couple of games away. And you've got a bit of a break now between this and obviously because you won the group, you're going to be into the second semi-final. So you've got a bit of a break. Is it just about maybe just having 10, 15 minutes just to relax and then get back on the practice board again?
No, definitely. As I said, like I'd rather be up there now. I love, obviously, it's a great venue. I love playing here. But no, I'm happy just to now go have my 10 minutes and then just prepare for the semi-finals. Obviously, there are a couple of good games coming up, so I'm looking forward to just sitting back and watching them in the room and see what happens.
We'll let you get ready and prepare for the semi-finals. Willie, thank you for popping up to the balcony. Couple more games for us to go. Now, this is the final game of Group 1, and, well, the picture is as simple as this. Thibaut Tricol needs a big win, 4-0, 4-1, to go through to the semi-finals. A couple of legs for Harry Ward. He is in. Downstairs in the commentary, Paul Nicholson, Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yep, Big H is in the best position. Thibaut Tricol has got it all to do after that shock defeat in the opening match of the night when he went down 4-1 to Nico Bloom. Bloom is in the semi-finals along with Willie Borland, but will he be joined by Harry Ward or the French touch? Ward, as Henry just explained, needs just 2 legs. Now, knowing and speaking to Harry Ward, probably not the type of scenario that he will relish. He just needs to maybe forget about that and focus on the win. Would you concur, Paul?
Absolutely.
First leg, Harry to throw first. Game on.
I think as a player, the situation needs to be very simple. You go up there and you need to win 1 leg or 2 legs, it feels odd. If you're going up there just to win a match, that feels very familiar. And I think Harry's mentality coming into this game will just to be winning this game. He will not be thinking about just the 2 legs.
97.
Harry Ward is one of the 3 players to have beaten Thibaut Tricol this week. Of course, Nico Bloom did it tonight. Willie Ball and the other in Group A. He won 13 matches on the spin before that crushing defeat earlier.
85.
Henry mentioned in that chat with Willie Borland that the best thing to do might be to just to relax for a little bit and then have a bit of a practice, because he might not be back on the stage for an hour and 20 minutes or so in that second semi-final. Charlie Large is going to be back on the stage in maybe 10 minutes for the last group game, and he's actually sat in the audience with his friends and family right now.
I've seen it many times at Lakeside. Seen the likes of Geert de Vos and others at Lakeside who are just chatting with family or friends
99.
Just before their walk-on.
He's just walking off. You can see him in the background there. So he has probably been told by one of those good friends, Charlie, do you think you better hit the practice board, mate?
100.
Keep walking, Charlie. It's around the back. Evo needs to get in front.
85. Out of your car, 140.
Right, Harry Ward looking for the first of the 2 legs he needs. Another in there. Would have given him a shot.
79.
Thibaut Tricol's got a decision to make here, though, Paul. Could be 19s, could be Bull.
19s it is. 76 left. Nothing seems
55.
to be working so far tonight
61.
for one of France's leading lights in darts.
Well, that didn't work out for Ward, but it doesn't really matter. A single 18 would give him a go at tops. And in it goes.
Harry Ward.
And that denies Tricol an early opportunity, and now he's, well, basically
second leg Thibaut to throw first.
tiptoeing across a tightrope here. No safety net.
He's had a safety net all night
140.
long. Having the darts in the first game, lost that advantage pretty quickly. But now He's like a trapeze artist who has to connect with the swing.
43.
Because if he doesn't, plummet.
Yep, the French touch will be French toast.
Make me hungry saying that.
100.
But he loves a bit of French toast. Who are the stars aligning for? Would it possibly be
81.
Willie Ball and Harry Ward final tonight? That is inching closer. If Harry gets a leg fairly
87.
quickly, then he can relax for a little while. And he could potentially be the winner of this group and make sure that he doesn't run into Willie in semi number 2.
Yeah, it would be a hat-trick of
58.
semi-finals for Harry Ward, should he win one more leg in this game.
Don't forget about the monetary reward as well for making the semi-finals.
59.
You'll have a chance to double your money if you get to the final 4, and then a chance to double it again for that maximum jackpot on a Saturday night here in qualifying weeks of £5,000.
140. Thibaut Lucas, 150.
A little bit of breathing space here for the Frenchman, who starts on the 25 again and gets it this time.
53.
If he does actually get the 2 legs but then loses the game 4-2, Harry Ward, he'd finish second in the group. So Nico Bloom would win it, and that would mean a Ward Ball and semi-final.
96. Thibaut Lucas, 62.
To stop that from happening, he needs double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
There we go.
Thibaut
1 down,
Tricot.
3 to go. The way to win this match by 4 legs to 1 from here is that the scoring's
So they
got
got
to
it
be
through
good
first.
and well
Game
timed.
on.
He must stop Ward from getting shots at double. Easy in theory, but that's precisely what needs to happen.
125.
He had
Yeah.
15 maximums coming into tonight from 15 games, so he was averaging 180 per match.
137.
He didn't get one in his first game tonight, so in order to keep that going, he's got to get 2 here, and he could use a couple of them.
But he appears to be the one that struggled the most, but nobody's taken this group by
58.
storm. Indeed, if Tricot does go and win this match and get through, he'd have to do it 4-1. It would be a situation where the 3 players were separated by just 2 legs.
100.
One of them falls through the trapdoor, and that would be Harry Ward in that scenario.
Watch out, though. 180s haven't been a problem tonight
140.
for Big H. How much pressure is he going to be under? He inches towards the finishing zone. And
100.
Tricot gets there first, but only just.
$58.
His biggest finish of the week,
164.
146. Can he better it? Not this time. So it will be Shanghai for Harry Ward.
95.
Make sure
Harry
he's in the
120.
semi-finals.
It's on, but it's awkward. Good adjustment, needs another. Almost
100.
an expertly
Thibaut
crafted
Lucas,
check
69.
out, but he might have to wait. He's 20 points away from the semi-finals right now. If Thibaut Tricot hits this double 6, he'll be 501 points away again. Or the double 3.
Game shot on the
And that
third
is
leg.
exactly
Thibaut
what's happened.
Tricot.
We've thought of nicknames for double 3 quite a lot over the last few weeks. We've called it the basement,
Thibaut to
the
third
trapdoor.
first. Game on.
Right now, Thibaut is so fortunate to have hit that double 3. You might as well call it the wine cellar.
100.
He has dodged a dart to take him out. Now, that takes me all the way back to Lakeside last year because people just couldn't put him away until he played Neil Duff.
Yeah, he might be looking back at that wine cellar shot when he's spraying the champagne at the end of the
50.
evening. Harry Ward, though, has got other ideas. A 180 to kick off leg 4.
Had Thibaut played like this against Nico Bloom,
93.
likelihood is he would have won quite comfortably. This is well above what he did
Well, yeah,
against the German. Nearly 20 points better.
Had that happened, this would be a match to win the group, not to go through.
96.
Precisely. What can Thibault leave from 255? And considering what Harry's just done there,
121.
I fear he's going to need to leave something like, well, that's 42.
61.
255 was 19's the right player there? Well, doesn't matter if it was the right player. It didn't pay off.
Shake of the head from Thibault Tricol. He thinks the game is up.
Game
And it
shot in
is.
fourth leg.
Harry Ward
Harry Ward
is into the semi-finals. Big H will be in the knockout stages. Tricol throws his darts aside. He knows
Fifth leg,
that
Harry
the game is
first.
over now.
Game on.
Chucked his darts onto the table after Harry Ward chucked in the winning double, the one that sealed his semi-spot and sent Thibault Tricol heading
58.
back to France.
The only bright side is that there is a ferry terminal very close by. So he might be back in time for a
140.
little bit of breakfast.
Thought you were going to say back in time for the final.
He is visibly disgusted. And considering how well he played in Group A, I think he's
43.
got every right to feel that way.
Yeah, and maybe regretting that lack of plan having qualified. I think maybe that's a better way to put it. Not a lack of preparation, but just a lack of
134.
having a plan if he did get through. We talk about it. Some players have said when you play all 5 days, that's your
77.
practice. But what do you do if you get through Group A? In the last series, in fairness, we did see more players win Group A and then win their week than ever before. But Tricol seems to have got it
95.
wrong. And he's basically run out of time, hasn't he? Because he's playing okay in this game.
That's it. Cut through it on a Saturday night. Everybody knows that.
58.
If you get it wrong,
Thibault
you could be
Tricol,
out
132.
very quickly. Tonight has been, from his first game to the next, basically 2 hours on the hockey. Or 2 hours in the practice room.
125.
And it's done.
And he's ended up leaving 7 there.
He's trying to hit a 25 to leave himself on
95.
32.
Thibault Tricol, 7.
Well, you left 7. And he's hit
Game shot in
7.
the fifth leg.
It's
Thibault
3-2
Tricol.
Tricol. He might even leave us with a victory.
Well, that's a furious reaction to hitting a double that. The
Six leg Thibault to
Frenchman
first.
is fuming.
I have never seen Thibault this angry. Seen him play in quite a few venues, Lakeside, Players Championship
57.
events, a World Cup, of course, with Jacques Larbe. Anything but anger when they were making the quarterfinals for
44.
France earlier this year. But now he is fuming.
Yeah, the best leg difference he can get to now is
140.
-1. The worst that Harry Ward can end up on is 0. And Nico Bloom is on +1, so that's why Tricol has fallen through the trapdoor,
60.
even if he gets a victory in this game. The last game of the group stages will be the simplest
60.
setup of the night. Charlie Large versus Jared Cole. Whoever wins goes through.
Amazing how many times
59.
Saturday night just does not follow the script. Sometimes we can get it right. Sometimes we can get it drastically wrong. But that starts.
140.
It's very hard to predict.
And Thibault's only got it right after it's gone wrong.
But look how much it's bothering
94.
H. He
Thibault
knows he's done enough. He knows that
104.
job 1 has been done. This could be Thibault's last job.
88.
Well, it looks like he is going to win this leg. And what a bizarre game of darts this is going to be, because the player that's winning it is going to be the one that leaves the stage deflated, disappointed, devastated.
58.
And the loser is going to be
Thibault Tricol,
elated.
16. Game shot.
I
of the
don't
match,
think he's
Thibault
elated
Tricol.
because he has won the match, but unfortunately he has lost the war on this one and he leaves the stage desolate because it's Big H that goes through and it's Nico Bloom who has won the group. Miraculously, it's the first group he's won this week. Will he win the night? He'll have to stay with us to see what he's like in the semi-finals, and he will now play in semi-final number 1, and it will be against someone from Group 2. But who will it be?
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back. The players are out behind us, where effectively knockout darts begins in earnest now. It's our final game of Group 2, and it sees Charlie Large and Jared Cole to the Oki. Both players have lost their opening games of the evening. Jared Cole was first out to bat and was defeated 4-1 by Willie Borland. As for Charlie Large, well, in front of a large home following, where he looked as if he got off to a good start against the Scot, but lost out in the end in a last leg decider. So Borland, he's good as through. He can relax ahead of the semi-finals. Now, for the winner of this one, this is effectively winner stays on territory, because not just will the winner go through to the semi-finals, but will then play in the first semi-final as well after 10 o'clock. So it could be a big 45 minutes or so for one of these two, or for one, could be the old Chris Mason, BFH, bus fare home. Right, let's get into this one. Paul Nicholson, Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Yep. Not sure the pair on the stage will be old enough to remember Jim Bowen's bullseye. But they could literally take a bus home, couldn't they, the duo here? Jared Cole from Chandler's Ford, Charlie Large from Portsmouth, and he's brought a busload of fans in with him. But will they be staying and cheering him in the semi-finals? Nico Bloom awaits the winner of this one. Willie Borland's going to play Harry Ward in a semi-final showdown after that. But one place remains. Will it be Cole? Will it be Large? Let's find out.
This is a big game for Jared Cole for me, because how many times has he made a Saturday night and failed?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The very best of order, please. First leg,
He's
Charlie
against the darts,
first.
but so far tonight, Murph, that's a bit of a charm. There's only one game that's actually been won with the throw here tonight, and it was against Charlie Large
57.
when he played Willie Borland. But if there's a time to switch things on, it'll be now. We know
43.
these young men have been getting success at a very young age, but I like to shield these young players from too much pressure until it's absolutely necessary. When you're getting into your early and mid-20s, the pressure does start to ramp up. If you've still got the talent, still got the drive, I'm afraid pressure is going to come if you want big titles like this. You want something you've never had before,
35.
You're going to have to go through the mud.
$81.
Change of flights for Jared Cole as well. Change of colour. Never know, it might just do the trick.
59.
A Large down to a finish first on throw in the opening leg. Jared needs to find a treble to get into the same
59.
kind of territory or any kind of finishing territory, but he doesn't do it. So 6 from here.
216s.
78.
The guaranteed second visit to take care of that 110. It's a better first start from Jared. Just lifted that one a little
65.
higher, but didn't get much more on top
Johnny
of it.
Wakar, 32.
So double 16 for the first leg for Large.
Getting shot in the first leg, Charlie Large.
And there'll be 1 or 2 or 19 or 20 that'll be quite happy about it.
Charlie to throw first. Game
I
on.
pointed something out to you just before Charlie played his first game, didn't I? It's his back foot. It does something
58.
Rather quizzical every time he throws a dart. It comes off the ground and it does the same thing. He's probably got no idea that it's happening.
135.
He'll probably hate me for bringing it up. It's nothing big, but when we're sitting in these chairs, we do start to look at people's behaviours and the smallest little intricacies that they have.
Yeah, we actually noticed it when he was throwing his practice darts in his previous match.
141.
Henry was interviewing Nico Bloom on the balcony, and you could just see his back foot. Just every dart that went, just danced off the floor.
From a coaching point of view, you do tend to say to players just coming through that you need to keep both feet on the floor, but it's only a problem if you start tipping forward. And Charlie doesn't do that, so it's not a big issue.
42.
What is a big issue for Charlie is that Jared gets a 162 to leave 140, and the shot is on.
Double 10 will complete the combo.
130.
You may have just seen that little quirk from Charlie Large a moment ago, but now he's trying to leave some kind of finish of his own, and that's fantastic, especially when his opponent's on a double like double 5.
Got to go for it.
No score.
Too cagey.
That maximum caused that miss. I've got no doubt about it. Charlie's timing was perfect.
63.
And that bullseye was almost perfect.
10.
How about this time? He almost bust that 140 checkout from a couple of shots ago. Almost a double 15, but he does get the 5s this time for 1-1 in this shootout match in Game 6 of the night.
Third leg Charlie to through first.
Based on what we've seen from Nico Bloom tonight, which is a running average in the mid-70s, I'm not going to sugarcoat
60.
it. There's been a lot of nerves on the stage tonight. Whoever wins this game is going to have a fabulous chance to make the final.
45.
Just going to have a look here, Paul, at that what you saw earlier. There you see, little foot coming off the floor. First start in the single treble 20, sorry. Another. But it doesn't affect him, Paul. Carry on doing it, Charlie.
Agreed. Don't change a winning formula.
119.
So far, neither have won tonight. But I think he's handling this occasion very well.
81.
Sometimes having a lot of people watching you can mount the pressure up even more.
Yeah, it's sink or swim, isn't it, this kind of thing? He seems
57.
to be almost floating.
Seen some people in deep water. They tread water and it's easy. Some people do it and it's a big effort.
100.
Still in pole position. Now is Cole going to hit a big score to
100.
just ruffle
Charlie
Large's
80.
feathers? He doesn't hit one as big as he would have hoped because it hasn't left a finish. Well, that's interesting.
37.
In the end, it's actually a little bit messy.
And not in a good way. Not in a Lionel sense. He's still a single away from a double.
60. Charlie O'Carr, 43.
Won't have to burn more than one dart here. Double 16 eventually.
27.
Might pay the price for that.
Charlie
There's a
O'Carr,
bit of despair in the
120.
crowd.
Yeah, they live and breathe every dart. Well, he throws them. Difficult. Could look at 2 bulls. Could look at a couple of bullseyes. The fact that he's moving means that he's probably going to stay on the treble 20, but he can't find it.
55. Charlie O'Carr, 16. Game shot on the third leg.
Very nice.
Charge.
Maintains an 88 average in this game, and Cole is still playing catch-up.
Fourth leg Charlie to through first. Game on.
If there's a time to find a hot spell, it's now. And he did have a hot spell when he played an early game in Group B. He played Harry Ward.
96.
And he had the biggest average of the week, 106.75. What he would give for some of that right now.
96.
Hasn't been able to find it tonight. Jared Cole thus far. Thibaut Tricol found it when it was too late.
70.
Let's make the point actually, Paul, about Tricol. We mentioned maybe a lack of preparation for tonight, but that was mirrored on Monday, wasn't it? Lost his first 2 games before he went on that brilliant run.
140.
Is that something that he needs to think about?
Absolutely. If you make a mistake,
100.
figure out why it happened and put it right. Don't expect the same sort of preparation to give you different results in the future.
He must not like the lie of that dart.
67.
Somewhat ironic thumbs up there from Charlie. There's a lot of darts being dragged into the 5 all of a sudden. Sign of
95.
throwing arm tension.
He's still in a decent position, though, against the throw. We've already seen Jared Cole miss the double for a 140 finish in this game.
45.
But he's not making the most of it, is he here, Large? A couple of tour visits back to back. Hands the impetus to his opponent.
What did we give for a ton? But again, he's got blockers.
60.
He's really
Charlie
searching
O'Connor,
for trebles, isn't he,
153.
in this game, Jared Cole?
How many times has he gone for that 60 and missed it low?
97.
Let's see if it happens again.
WK 80.
He'd really like to hit it because he's going to leave something in the way of tops if it's two singles. Well, okay. Had to go 15 bull.
55.
But can't find the ball. And
Charlie
Charlie Large
O'Connor,
now has
56.
the biggest opportunity of the evening. You'd have to say if he hits this, it's Cole who's got the uphill task.
What a marker that is. And
Game
fabulously
shown the
used
front leg.
by the local
Charlie
boy. I would say bringing the audience to their feet, but they're all sitting down.
Fifth leg Charlie to through first. Game on.
One more leg from 3 to go through to the final 4 here in week 1 of Series 6. And it can't be ignored that Jared Cole is
100.
not playing at the same level as Thursday. He averaged 79 in his first game, hitting 1 dart a double from 7 attempts. He's had 6 attempts in this game and hit 1, so he's almost the same. And his average isn't that different
135.
either. With that 140, it's crept up towards 83, but it was hovering around that 79 mark again.
140.
He looks focused here, Charlie Large. He looks like he's a man who's got his eyes on the prize. He wants to slam the door shut here and now, avoid any
59.
further drama on finals night.
Avoiding drama in this game, but I'm sure there's plenty to come after 10 o'clock.
140.
Well, he's closing in on making sure he's playing after 10 o'clock. 120 points away from a semi-final berth at the MODUS Super Series in his hometown of Portsmouth.
121.
And Jared leaving a finish means that the bullseye beckons at the end of this shot. He doesn't need the bullseye. He needs double 14. And he nails it.
On the mark.
A flashy finish from Charlie Large. He gets them all cheering because he is in the final 4. Large seals a semi-final place and will be on that stage in his hometown, their hero in the final 4 and maybe even beyond that. And in the end, it's a very, very respectable showing from Charlie Large. A 93 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, and that spectacular 1-2-1 checkout to win it. Charlie Large completes the semi-final lineup.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the hometown hero Charlie Large is into the semi-finals, having got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 before the break. He was a 7-1 outsider to win Group C. He won Group C. He is a 7-1 outsider going into tonight. He's in to the final 4. Right, time for our semi-finals after 10 o'clock. But before we do that, it's the latest instalment now of our Bullseye Challenge, where our players go toe-to-toe, see how many bullseyes they can hit, and see whether they can be the champion at the end of proceedings on the leaderboard. Cam Crabtree was the victor in Series 5. Series 6's competition has begun in earnest, and all of our semi-finalists have taken part in this competition, beginning with Nico Blum.
Hello, my name is Nico Bloom and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
So here comes Flower Power, Nico Bloom on his Bullseye Challenge.
2.
An entertaining character who'll want to perform here. Wearing a shirt like that, he needs to.
1.
But it's a sluggish start, really. Again, no real pace. No athleticism in some of these players.
3.
Just wandering up and down the hockey sprint. You want to win the big prize. There is the big prize. How about another one? And took his time over delivering it, but he
4.
does get 2 in the bullseye bed. Decent stuff from Bloom, a 16-year-old prodigy when he burst onto the scene.
1.
And disappeared for 6 years, practicing for the MODUS Super Series Bullseye Challenge. Oh.
1.
Well, that is dirty on the floor. Now he does sprint,
No
but
score.
it's too late. Nico Bloom could have done better.
Nico Bloom scores 12. And now for a special bonus round.
Well, what's this? A special bonus round, and what's he doing with that dart? Throwing it sideways? Big deep breath from Nico Bloom. And what's he going to do? He's putting the dart in his mouth. Right, a change of rules here. A 25 is now worth 50 and a bullseye's worth 100. Oh, good attempt, but he can't quite get there.
More.
How on earth does he do that? All right, try again, Nico. You make the rules up yourself, mate. Oh, he's getting closer, you know. How about this for a party piece? Oh, can he? Can he?
Oh,
let's give it him. It was in.
I'm Charlie Large. This is my Bullseye Challenge.
Here he is. Charlie Large, giving it large and hitting the bullseye of his first
3.
turn. Porpagiza, his old charts. From Waterlooville, you know.
5.
And he's finding the bullseye with a bit of a prompt. Gonna have a couple of jellied eels after this one's done. He's found another bullseye.
3.
He's found another 50. He's found it with a plum here. I'll go back to talking normally. Oh,
No score.
no, he's had the inner outer. Oh, well, good luck finding
No
something
score.
there. He had absolutely no chance. He had 2 mechanical cranes over that. Can he nudge one in? Yes, he can.
3.
How much more time has he got? Race, race, race. It's like Verstappen
score.
on DRS. He has got no more time.
Charlie Large scores 14.
My name is Willie Borland, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
And so Willie Borland, a man who's hit a 9-darter at Alexandra Palace to win a match,
3.
he will not have any nerves about a bullseye challenge. And as one of the speediest slingers in Scotland, expect him to throw a lot of darts and rack up a big score here. Not going as fast as I thought he would be, to be honest. He's just trying to play his own game and not
4.
get involved in sprinting up and down the hockey, but decent stuff so far from Borland.
2.
Couple more in from Willie. Don't think it's going to be record-breaking territory, but if he carries on grouping like this, needs a few more red bits.
2.
All in the green so far, but not in the hole. And that one nowhere near. Good adjustment.
2.
And Borland starting to pick up the pace now. He should have done this from the beginning, really, Willie. It's been exactly a minute since it started.
3.
No point running at the end, pal. But he's racked up a decent score in the end.
Willie Borland scores 17.
Hi, my name's Harry Ward, and this is my bullseye challenge.
Well, he introduced himself well, didn't he? Best anyone's ever done. Such a natural, but the dart out of the
2.
board. It wasn't in the bullseye. Harry Ward, I expect to be good at this. Of course, a former PDC title winner. Ward now looking to be the top dog on the
1.
MODUS Super Series Bullseye Challenge. By the way, you should get involved as well. Send us in your attempts. Hashtag Bullseye Challenge. See if you can beat the Super Series players.
2.
That's for Harry Ward. It's a lot of green at the moment. Oh, that's a good guide. But he
1.
can't manage to utilise it. Just 6.25. Thought that Ward might be recording a big score here. But Big H, he's
1.
cracked under the pressure. Can win PDC titles, but performing it. There we go. That's the moment that Harry met Bully.
5.
And almost got the hat trick. Excellent performance from Harry Ward in the end.
Harry Ward scores 12.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Ronnie Young.
Hello everyone, a very good evening and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. We've reached the semi-final stages here in week 1 of Series 6 at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There's been some hometown favourites in action this evening, all looking to progress through to the Final 4. And this is the best of the action as described in commentary by Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Double 16 for an unlikely 3-1 lead against a man who hasn't lost
Game shot on the fourth
in his last 13
Nickel
matches.
Bloom.
That run might come to a crashing end. And look at Thibaut here, he's completely unsettled, who survived 9 darts for a 2-0 deficit earlier in the game. And he's coming back.
Nico Luca 18.
Double 9. And he's missed
10.
his chance, not
Thibaut Ricard,
once,
16.
not twice, but thrice. You do not want to do that against Thibaut.
No score.
Maybe
Nico
he
Luca,
can get
8.
away with it, though.
It is a doubles disaster for the Frenchman. Thibaut Tricol has missed 14 darts at the outer ring. Double 4 for Bloom. The first one's a mile away, but the second one's in, and that is an almighty shot to start the Super Series.
Does he go 25 again? Because he doesn't have to. Double 11 is an option. Double 6, well found.
Jericho.
I suppose you'd have to call him at.
Willie Luca 89.
Look forward to seeing how Scotty Dog gets on the Super Series stage. Double 5
Game
here,
shot on the fourth
and Willie
flag.
Borland
Willie
is getting on
Borland.
very, very, very well indeed.
Willie Luca 70.
And he may find himself suffering the same fate as Thibaut Tricol. The winner of Group A lost 4-1. 19 needed for a dart of the ball. And he nails it. And just like the winner of Group A, the winner of Group B has been beaten 4-1 in the opener. A big
break of throw, and this is a big shot.
And it was actually the same shot that qualified him when he needed that one leg in Group C. 17 for tops. And Nico Bloom is the first semi-finalist in MODUS Super Series 6. Flower Power has upset the odds. Ends up being a decent result for both players. Bloom through, having won the 2 legs he needed to win. And Harry Ward's going to have plenty to play with when he takes on Thibaut Tricol, who looks like he's in a whole heap of... Right, a big finish on offer now for Charlie. It's not going to happen. Can he apply some pressure just to rattle the cage of Willie Borland? He does exactly that.
Willie Luca 16. Game shot
He wasn't rattled.
Willie Borland.
And that's really interesting that he does that against Charlie.
Willie Luca 42.
And Willie Borland has a real opportunity here. Double 18 becomes double 9. And Willie Borland is in the semi-finals. He's done enough, exactly like Nico Bloom in the previous game. He can afford to lose. He can afford to lose 4-2 or 4-3.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
It comes down to a last leg. Charlie Large squares things up with Willie Borland, and this could be a huge leg.
It goes from being a group game to a knockout game.
We did another treble to leave a finish.
95.
Can't get the required one, so this is for Borland to double his win tally for the night and secure group victory. He is the table topper. Willie Borland gets a job done in both of his Group 2 games. A 4-1 win against Jared Cole is followed by a 4-3 victory against Charlie Large, who played some decent stuff in that game.
Stop that from happening. He needs double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
There we go. One down, 3 to go. The 255 was 19's the right player there. Well, doesn't matter if it was the right play. It didn't pay off.
Shake of the head from Thibaut Tricol. He thinks the game is up. And it is. Harry Ward is into the semi-finals. Big H will be in the knockout stage as Tricol throws his darts aside. He knows.
Tonight has been, from his first game to the next, basically 2 hours on the hockey. Or 2 hours in the practice room.
125.
And it's done.
Well, he's ended up leaving 7 there.
He's trying to hit a 25 to leave himself on
95,
32.
Team car 7.
Well, you left 7, and he's hit
In
7.
the fifth leg.
It's 3-2 Tricol. He might even leave us with a victory.
But
Game shot.
I don't think he's
Team
elated
Tricol.
because he has won the match, but unfortunately, he has lost the war on this one.
really like to hit it because he's going to leave something in the way of tops if it's 2 singles. Well, okay. Had to go 15 bull.
55.
But can't find the ball. And
Charlie
Charlie Large
Large,
now has
56.
the biggest opportunity of the evening. You'd have to say if he hits this, it's Cole who's got the uphill task.
What a marker that is. And
Game shot
fabulously
in the fourth
used
leg.
by the
Charlie
local
Large.
boy.
Means that the bullseye beckons at the end of this shot. He doesn't need the bullseye. He needs double 14. And he nails it.
On the mark.
A flashy finish from Charlie Large. He gets them all cheering because he is in the final 4. Large seals a semi-final place and will be on that stage in his hometown, their hero.
So that is what we saw in the group stages this evening, watching all the action in the commentary box. And joining me on stage to review it, it is the asset himself, Paul Nicholson. And Paul, let's begin by going back to the end and that final game of the group. Jared Cole, Charlie Large, knockout match. Both players with big home supports. And Charlie just found a performance that we haven't seen maybe as much here at the series, but a real high level from him to pull out a big win when it mattered.
Yeah, best performance of the week for Charlie, and it came at just the right time, averaging 93 and doing things at the right times as well. If you look at what he did in his first game tonight, he started with a maximum, and he looked really happy that he was here on the stage and in front of his adoring audience. And I think he's relished this challenge. He doesn't look like he's playing with any pressure as well. I think he's understood that the pressure was on other people in the qualifying games, but now that that is gone, and it is knockout, maybe there's a bit more pressure coming his way, but he might just relish with it.
Does it feel like, to a certain extent, because the crowd's here, they're on his side, and maybe he's a bit of an outsider, that he's free-rolling a little bit, and he's enjoying that bit of freedom that he's got?
He's enjoying it all right, and it's great to see, because when you're on home turf, if you're not going to enjoy this, what else are you going to enjoy? I mean, some people like to be playing in front of an audience that's giving them a bit of stick, but Charlie obviously is someone who revels in the fact that he's got support. While it's here, use it, and so far so good.
Meanwhile, elsewhere in that particular group, Willie Borland really was the man of the group, wasn't he? 4-1 victor against Jared Cole, and then a 4-3 winner against Charlie Large. And it was interesting, he was speaking after the group matches and was saying that the pressure of that crowd, and he's a man who's played at Ali Pali, he's at 9 darter at Ali Pali, but even though this may not be the biggest crowd he's playing in front of, the fact that it's a compact arena and there was a crowd against him, the pressure's there for all the players.
I think the pressure's building on a lot of players when they come to Portsmouth, whether it's for the first time or the 9th time. Because if you haven't won here, it's something that you want to do. You look at what Jim McEwen did a week ago. People want that. And people want to have that weekly title just to get the opportunity to do that. Nobody here tonight, at the very start, had done it before. But now Willie Borland has an opportunity. If he wins his next 2 games, he could find his way to the end of the rainbow in week number 1, and it could be Scotland 2 out of 2 in 2 weeks.
Jim McEwen there winning the title against Moreno Michels last week, and it's fun in it that the journey begins again, doesn't it? That everything of the past, well, it's consigned to the past now. It's all about the future, and this is an interesting series because it's going to go either side of Q School.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how you play at this part of the season could stipulate what you do in 2024. Very recently, we've talked about John Henderson just missing out on a tour card for 2024 and 2025. But by finishing 3rd on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, we might see a lot of him here next year, but he might get a card at the start of the year at Q School. But if you play well here at the end of the year, you could be playing in Champions Week in February, and that could set you up for a really great next season. And that's what everybody's looking for tonight.
Yeah, it's not going to be the big trophy that's going to be dished out tonight. It's going to be the small one, but it's the one that sends you into Champions Week nonetheless. Right, let's round up then what we have seen so far this evening and have a look at Group 1 as well. These are the results from tonight's session so far. And as far as Group 1 was concerned, Nico Blum and Harry Ward were the two that went through. Thibaut Tricol needed a win 4-1. It was a 4-2 win in the end against Harry Ward, and you could tell in those last few legs that was just anger from the Frenchman knowing he couldn't go through.
I've never seen Thibaut Tricol so angry, and he's got every right to feel that way. Whether that's at something or indeed at himself, that's for him to figure out when he goes back to France, because there was something that came up earlier tonight that maybe he didn't prepare as he should have. He's got to learn from that, because he has got a Lakeside Championship to play in the coming weeks. He can't afford to have that kind of preparation in a best-of-5 set match against someone from New Zealand and potentially against someone from the United States called Leonard Gates. So something to learn from tonight for Thibaut Tricol. But now we look at Bloom and we think, with that kind of performance tonight, and I say this with all honesty, and I think Nico would admit this, how has he won that group with the stats he's got? I've never seen that on a Saturday night, but now that that's out the way, it might just give him the confidence to shoot forward and have the best performance of his week, just like we've seen from Charlie Large in Game 6.
Well, let's clarify what we have seen this evening then. These the two respective tables. And Harry Ward's the player we haven't spoken about yet. He's won a Pro Tour title in the past. Now we're getting to this stage of the week, and he's been to a semi-final here before. How important could that experience be?
I think it's important for Harry to make a final now, because when you constantly fail at a certain level of a tournament or an event like this, you get to the semis all the time, but you can't quite make the championship game. That becomes a mental battle. So now what he's got to do is break that barrier sooner rather than later. And if he can, he might just be coming back in February, because how many times do we see it when someone breaks that barrier and they finally make a final? The final seems easier after that because they've already broken a mental barrier. So over to you, Harry. Let's see if you can do it.
Yeah, exactly right. Very quickly, though, let's preview our first semi-final. We're going to see Nico Blum in action against the crowd favourite, Charlie Large. And I'm intrigued to see how Nico's going to react to this, because he's been quite flamboyant with his shots all week, and he's a crowd favourite naturally because of that. However, it's going to be different this time around. The crowd are all going to be on Charlie's side.
Yeah, this has got vociferous written all over it, because if you thought that when Charlie was playing against Willie Borland that was a bit feisty, that's nothing compared to what this is going to be like. There's £1,250 on the line in this one match for an opportunity to double it again after that. So expect them to be loud, and if Bloom gets legs, expect him to be loud. This is going to be box office. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, this is going to be quite tasty, and it's going to be our first semi-final of the night as Nico Blum takes on Charlie Large in front of a large crowd here in Portsmouth. If you want to be a part of the experience on a Saturday night, take a look at this. Here we go then, first semi-final. Could be loud, could be vocal here in Portsmouth as Nico Blum takes on Charlie Large for the first spot in the first final of Series 6 here in Portsmouth. Is it going to be the hometown man, or is it going to be the German flower that powers through to the finale? Let's find out in the company of your commentary team. It's Paul Nicholson who's made the trip down to the booth to join Chris Murphy. Good evening.
Good evening, and it has been a very good evening for these two young guns of the game. Nico Blum He's doing really, really well here on his debut at the MODUS Super Series. The 22-year-old made it through to the semi-finals where he meets a player 4 years his junior in Charlie Large, hometown of Portsmouth.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The very best of all to play first leg. It's Nico
at the Live Lounge.
Game on.
Officiating the Super Series, Paul Hinks, a man who has called order on many of the biggest stages in world dart.
100.
But for this pair, this is a big deal.
One of the biggest games that they've played.
45.
That Charlie has played at Lakeside in a youth final, but this will feel big to him because of where it is.
100.
As far as Nico's concerned, he's played on the European Tour a few times in the PDC, played elsewhere as well, but in his, and I can't
60.
believe I'm about to use this word, his renaissance in his early 20s as he gets back into the game, this will feel like the biggest game he's had in a long
60.
time. And it is to double his money.
Yeah, he's had a 6-year break. He's had a break since the age of 16, 17.
140.
An applause for Charlie Large. You'll hear plenty of that.
$57.
Like we were saying with Henry, there's a risk that if this game goes full tilt for Charlie, but then Nico hits shots against the noise, this could get a bit
58.
feisty. Let's find out. Because these two have something in common, don't they?
44.
Because they both came through Group C this week. Not often you see that. No pun intended. Because Group C is one of the
82.
hardest groups to get
Nico
out of this week.
140.
But that's where people go if they've already failed in Group A.
Yeah, good point. They had
60.
that match
Charlie
where
Carr,
Large needed to win
116.
the group. Bloom needed to win a leg to get through with him, and that exact scoreline transpired. Now, both need to win to reach the final.
60. Nico Carr 80.
Whoever does get there, it's a scriptwriter's dream, isn't it? 16-year-old German player who had a half a decade hiatus from the sport, or the local lad coming good on his
Game shot in
home
the first
stage,
leg.
but it
Nico
is
Bloom.
Bloom who lands the first leg.
Another thing they've got in common before that leg was completed was
Second leg Charlie to throw first.
that they
Game
were
on.
both 30% on doubles for the night. Most impressive percentage-wise on doubles in the qualifying group games was Harry Ward at
59.
38%. But it's mystifying to see somebody averaging 76 in the semi-finals. Charlie Large,
60.
by virtue of that 93 average, the best individual performance of the night in Game 6, brought his nightly average up to 88 and change.
96.
And that's why I had him as a favourite to win this match, even though he was against the darts.
Yeah, more than decent that brilliant 1-2-1 check out to win that game as well against Jared
100.
Cole. The real signs of what he can do. An interesting audience tonight. We mentioned that many of them are Charlie
56.
Large fans. I'm getting the sense that the few that have stood up at the back of the arena have got a few nerves running through their veins.
Just a little bit.
58.
Tend to see that from people who are holding close quarters to a certain player. They can't sit down. Some can't even watch.
81.
Yeah, there may be a few pacers around from one or two of them. Remember the week Chris Pontock, when his dad was
100.
on his feet all night, only sat down when the winning double went in.
But the famous clip of Owen Bates winning,
57.
getting on for nearly a year ago now, where pretty much his entire entourage were up on their feet cheering at the end. Oh, how Charlie's entourage would love to be
75.
doing that
Charlie
in
O'Carr,
about an hour and
152.
15 minutes.
I'm trying to use that.
82. Nico Carr 108.
Charlie's angels may be in the crowd, but Charlie's angles were slightly off there.
And Nico's a good counter. I'm surprised he went for the
53.
57 there. He
Charlie
could have gone for the
O'Carr,
51. Could have gone for treble 17 and double 19 with two open beds.
54.
Miss on double
Nico
16
Lucar,
gives Nico Bloom a
55.
chance of 2-0, continually averaging in the mid-70s.
Big, deep breath.
Game
Big
shot
dart,
on the second
big
leg.
moment,
Nico Bloom.
big break from Nico Bloom. And now Charlie Large has it all to do.
Third leg Nico to throw
You might
first.
go as
Game
far
on.
to say he needs to break back immediately.
Maybe.
54.
Nico is not playing anywhere near his best game here this week. But my word, is he doubling well at good times. This is a semi-final in week 1 of Series 6.
134.
And he's 2 from 2. He might even win this semi-final if he only gets 4 darts a double.
140.
Been some story for Bloom. When you're watching him in Group A, you would never have said he would
83.
He would make it through.
This has got the markings of our very first weekly winner here in
43.
Portsmouth. The Kieran Tian story. Not getting through Group A, went to Group C, got through that, ended up winning on the Saturday
81.
night against fancied opposition.
But he looked like he was getting worse as the week went on. He won 3 games one day, 2 games another day.
54.
Nico Bloom. Sorry, it was 2 2s and a 1, in fact. And he was only beating players below him in Thomas Banks and Felix Scherr
95.
in Group A. But then he was the one that kicked on Friday in Group C. It was so close going into Friday after day 1 with 2 points separating 4 players, but he was the one that kicked on.
Got to go 19s here. Very well
84.
thought out by
Charlie
Nico
Lucar,
there.
108.
Forcing Charlie into action. Had that brilliant 1-2-1 check out. Now he's looking at double 16 for another fabulous
76.
finish, but this one doesn't
Nico
go.
Lucar,
And the
126.
tension is evident in the audience.
19s for Nico this time. He needs the same amount. He doesn't get them.
98. Charlie
But
Lucar,
Charlie
32.
keeps missing doubles. Nico is in there to steal. But he's
Game
not going to
shot on the
steal
third
anything
leg.
in leg 3.
Large.
Well, we pondered whether or not he needed to break back in that leg. Remember, if he had lost it, Bloom
Fourth
would have
leg Charlie
been
to throw first. Game
3-0
on.
up. That would have been an awful long way back. Charlie breaks back, and if he holds throw, it'll be 2-2 and very much game on.
96.
Just a straight race, best of 3.
That third dart was very interesting to me because it was flung and not thrown.
100.
You might look at Nico Bloom's technique and his rhythm, think it's a bit erratic. Well, most darts are thrown with the same sort of
93.
tempo. Every now and again, Nico flings one himself, but Charlie did that at the back end of the last leg. You've got to keep everything the same
85.
rhythm if you're going to be reliable. It's a prod, so he jabs it forward, then throws with vigor.
60.
It works because he's an excellent player. Every now and again, you see this with young players. They're not happy with their visit in their first 2 darts, and they fling the last one away.
60.
Pay it some respect.
And he took great
86.
care with those, but that last one just went where he didn't want it, and he's not ended up on a finish.
Did you see from that camera angle that he was leaning on that third dart?
140.
And as someone who analyses technique on a daily basis, it really does grind my gears when I see that. Because it's such an easy fix. And there it is again.
134.
Yeah, just a
Nico
little
Lucar, 116.
motion forward. He does end up on double 16, but Nico Bloom wants 116. Has to find a way past that obstacle, and has.
80. Charlie Lucar, 32.
What a chance for 3-1 that was. That is difficult to get past. 2 options. Go down from the right side or go over the top from the left.
We're back to Charlie's angles again.
No score.
Not quite
Nico
Alan
Lucar,
McManus.
36.
Can't get the angles right. And Nico has only missed 1 dart to double in this match, and it was his previous dart Does he miss any more? He knows this is the biggest dart of his night so far.
Well, a little bit of contact. It's a non-contact sport, darts.
27.
And he stumbled back into Charlie Larger. That might have just knocked him out of his stride in one way. Double 16 for Charlie. Now he wants to collide into those darts and into the bed. He can't do it.
Nico Yokan 9.
This goes to show. Sometimes you need to give your opponent a little bit of space. That's what the yellow line's for.
He's getting a little bit of encouragement. It'll be okay. You'll do it. And again, he steps back. This time, Charlie's taking a pace back wisely.
Game shown at
And
fourth
a
leg.
big
Nico Bloom.
bellow from Nico Bloom after finally getting over the line in that leg. Well, the equation is simple for Charlie Large. He has to win
Fifth
all
leg,
the
Nico to
remaining
throw
legs.
first.
But two
Game
of
on.
them
Thank you.
are going to be against a throw. I think there was a response, a shout maybe back to Nico Bloom there. To be fair, while players have been throwing the darts, the order has been excellent.
It has to be in a room like this.
121.
You can hear people at the back of the room breathing. I did expect this one to have a little bit of a
93.
tipping point to it towards the right-hand side of the room, as you can see it there. 'Cause that's where all of the large, massive
58.
are.
Very good.
$95.
He looks a bit despondent at this stage. I'm not surprised. Having to win 3 straight legs is tough against any opponent on this stage.
126.
But Nico Bloom, if he wins tonight with a mid-70s average, it will be one of the most remarkable victories I can remember
60.
on any Saturday night we've ever had.
Yeah, you have to start thinking about it being written in the stars, don't you?
What if they got a German phrase for if your name's on
46.
pot lad?
Well, 150, the way he's been going this week.
No.
59.
Surely not.
Nico Carr,
To get to the
150.
final. Opponent's not on a finish.
He did say he was going to be more focused tonight and he was going to do things more textbook.
46.
He has backed that up.
Still a chance here for Charlie. Potentially.
134. Nico Carr,
Not over yet.
104.
But it might be in 3 darts. Well, that leaves double 12.
Accidental double.
Game
Then winning
shot of the
double.
match. Nico
And
Bloom.
Nico Bloom is very, very happy about it. Disappointment for Charlie Large and his entourage who are cheering on his performances tonight. Fantastic for him to get to the semis in his hometown of Portsmouth. But it's Nico Bloom who has made his way to the final. Such a remarkable turnaround in his week on his return from a break from darts. But he's beaten Charlie Large on home turf 4-1, and we'll find out who he will play after the break when Willie Borland goes up against Harry Ward.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So our first finalist tonight is Nico Blum, getting the better of Charlie Large by 4 legs to 1. A fiery affair, has to be said, but Nico, the flower power, just showing that little bit more dynamism in the end. Wasn't a classic all told. That was reflected in the averages, both players averaging in the mid to high 70s in that one. Nico Blum 75-83, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. But it was a kind of game where quality kind of went out the window. It was who could hold their nerve in the key moments, and that was exactly what Nico Blum did in that one. So he is the first man through to the final, and we're going to find out who's going to join him in earnest. There's 2 experienced campaigners here at the Super Series going toe-to-toe is Willie Borland takes on Harry Ward. For Borland, it will be a first appearance in the final. In fact, for either player, it'll be a first appearance in a final here at the Super Series. And so, who is going to join Nico in the big occasion? Let's join Nico in the commentary box. Paul Nicholson, that is, alongside Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, this one could be very interesting to see who plays Bloom in that final. It is Willie Borland who has the darts because he won Group 2 tonight. But Harry Ward didn't really have to break much of a sweat when it came to qualifying through Group 1. He was aided by what Nico Blum did, but we do have the possibility of 2 people who played each other in their group playing in the final. That's if Harry Ward does win this match. This is about as even a game as we can get here tonight, in my opinion. What do you think, Chris Murphy?
Yeah, I think so, and I think probably would have expected it to be a final, really.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The very best of order, please. First leg, Willie to throw first. Game on.
Borland meets Ward. The pair have duked it out all week.
60.
It's the 6th meeting of the Super Series on week 1 of the new series when they met yesterday.
60.
Borland beat Ward 4-3 a day earlier. It actually went
100.
Harry Ward's way, and they head-to-head 3-2 Borland this week away from the Super Series 2-2, so it could be level again after this match. There's just nothing between them.
What makes it so tight, but I go back to something I said a little bit earlier in the evening, and is happening again for Borland. Even though he won his 2 games in Group 2, the average in his first match, 84.83, it reduced by 3.5 points. And his doubles output did decrease as well. He went from 4 out of 7 to 4 out of 23. This trend of him playing and his output decreasing as the night goes on or the day goes on, it continues to happen. It can't continue to happen from here.
Well, there's been nothing thrown at him in the opening leg, and he's had a great opening leg there, Willie Borland. 14 darter. Harry Ward was still on 271 points when Borland went out there.
To throw first. Game on.
The thing that's going to help Borland, in my opinion, is that adrenaline is going to be pumping at this stage more than any point in the week.
180.
And he's hit more 180s than anybody tonight, Harry Ward. That's his 4th of the evening.
100.
What he would give for a few more to give himself a really good chance here in semi-final 2. What do you think's got to change with Ward's game at
45.
the minute for him to be a more potent threat at Q School come January, because that's exactly what he's going to do.
Well, he said concentration, didn't he? He said sometimes switch it up in the seemingly irrelevant moments in games, but there are no irrelevant moments. Everything builds to something else, doesn't it?
180.
And that builds to a finish. 96. This is a good response to
100. How do you
losing the opening leg. 2 180s in reply.
Nice 45 in the middle of those 2 180s. Nice consistency, but it could be a 96 at the end of the leg. That is a wonderful leg of darts. How often do you see a 12 darter with a 45 in it? Not very often.
Now we've started, haven't we? This is a proper match. 26 darts
Game on.
for the first 2 legs in it.
43.
Never, ever question the intensity levels of Borland. Just look at his eyes. Look at the treble 20 that's getting battered at the minute by Big H.
76.
Good to see that the Charlie Large entourage have stayed behind.
44.
And Charlie himself is now sitting in the audience.
Maybe a little bit of time just to simmer down after that.
59.
Really interesting first semi-final that Charlie there did lose by 4 legs to 1, which has been quite a popular result tonight. He's seen 4 games with 5 legs in them here tonight.
And whoever wins this match is going to be a big favourite when it comes to the final. We have had weeks where that hasn't always panned out. Big favourites beaten in finals.
100.
Robert Thornton has done that plenty of times himself. But you would think with Willie Borland or Harry Ward, this is something that they're building towards. Getting a win, getting into a Champions Week. It's kind of
60.
missing off their semi-professional CV.
I'd have to agree. I think
59.
they're going in different directions as well. I think Harry taking a break from the game and then coming back. This is his quest to go back to his ascendancy. He's almost on the same sort of mission as Nico Bloom, which is a bit ironic. But Borland is trying to rediscover something, but he hasn't been away.
58.
He's always been here, even since he lost his tour card, been continually trying.
Well,
that gets Harry into similar territory as his opponent. That is a mess, then a
40.
rescue, then a miss.
How do you car 78?
This could be big. Visit number 7 for a break of throw. And he needs one at some point. Might as well do it now.
58. Will you car
And he
32?
can't.
Willie Borland was looking demonic behind him.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he
Willie
does
Borland.
get the die, and he's checking himself. It was there. It was Willie.
He walked up to that
Fourth leg added to through
double
first.
16
Game on.
and used that wonderful word demonic. And he just said 2 words to that 32 bed. Very famous 2 words in Scotland. He went,
140.
Or will he get to the final?
140.
2 legs away from doing so. And it would be a 3rd straight semi-final departure for Harry Ward in Super Series appearances if that were to be the case.
we had 1 Scottish
100.
player in Champions Week in Series 5. That Scottish player won the jackpot
135.
a mere 7 days ago. If Borland does the business tonight, you don't have to wait long for our first Scottish player in Series 6 Champions Week.
68.
Really is quick, isn't he? Gets rid of those darts out of his hands like they're hot potatoes.
Not just the throwing as well, it's the approach, isn't it? He's at the oche before his opponent's even retrieved his darts, and he's basically ready to whistle one past their
60.
ear.
Will you car 167?
Get out of the way, Harry. There's a 167 coming.
139.
Not a 167, but it's the next best thing.
133 on offer for Harry Ward, and it may well have to go straight in the treble 20, straight in the treble 19, and straight in the double 8. What a shot, and what a time to get it. If he misses that, he's probably facing the exit door in the face.
That really was hurtful. Boland's thinking, I'm coming back.
96.
He wasn't. That is the best shot of anybody tonight. Because of the difficulty and the timing of it.
140.
And it might just be the catalyst for something more.
100.
I'm with you, Murph. I think whoever wins this game has got to be favourite for the final. But it'd possibly be a big W for Big H here tonight. But this
57.
mental hurdle of the semi-finals, it will feel like a final to Harry right now.
43.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Murph, but aren't these two managed by the same people?
Indeed they are, yeah. Same management stable, who have such
98.
professional stars as Daryl Gurney, Ricky Evans, and others.
180.
Oh, management are going to like that. And Willie is as well. Another star they have is a certain Nathan Gervin.
138.
Who hails from Scotland. Who has played here before. Double top. And Boland hits the front again. With a wonderful 15 darter. Ward stays in it with a wonderful 1-3-3 in leg number 4, but Boland pushes him away again.
$33.
By some distance, the best game of the night. I think
93.
that is not up for debate. We've had 3 180s in this game. We've had a massive out from Big H. We've had excellent doubling from both.
58.
Yeah, the average 94 for Willie Borland. Harry Ward still
60.
mid-80s despite those big moments, and when you've got that kind of deficit, you need those big moments.
Yes, you do. And he has been averaging in the mid-80s all night. 85.39 before a dart was thrown in anger in this semi-final. He was the best on doubles in his first 2 games of the night, 38%. But even
56.
him hiking that up to 50% at this stage is not enough, because he's not getting enough chances. Willie is with the darts.
55.
Pressure is very much on Harry now. If he doesn't win this leg, he is out again in the final 4.
58.
You've got 4 players playing on a Saturday night who all came and started on Monday morning.
58.
We are now guaranteed to have a final between 2 players who are in Group A.
134.
That doesn't happen very often.
157.
Well, Harry Ward's in that position again. He took out the 1-3-3 when he had to take out the 1-3-3. He's not going to take out the 1-5-7. Whether he had to or not depends on what Willie Borland does here.
Willie O'Carr, 100.
Match starter tops. And it's the only one he needs. Again, in the final 4, Big H does not make the final, but Willie Borland will contest the final against Nico Bloom. 2 players who played on Monday morning and have had very, very long weeks. But there's only 1 game left for both of them. It's for £2,500 extra pounds and for the weekly title and an invitation to Champions Week. That one is won by Borland by 4 legs to 2. The final is imminent. Here you can see Borland 91.86. And look at the doubling as well. And when you get your best check out with your last 3 darts, that makes you feel very, very good indeed. Harry fails in the final 4 once again, but Willie Borland has got another game coming up, and we'll find out soon enough if he's got the darts, because he has a bullseye shootout to contest right now. We'll be back at the break with the final.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our final is set in stone, and it's going to feature Willie Borland and Nico Bloom in it. That was after Borland got the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 2 before the break. The asset, Paul Nicholson, has joined me up here on stage to assess what we've seen so far in our semi-final action. And let's begin with that first semi-final. Nico Bloom against Charlie Large. Now, you said it could be box office. You said there could be testosterone on the stage, and that was most certainly the case.
Yeah, there was. I mean, I think Nico handled the situation really, really well. I think he knew the enormity of some of the shots at double, so he was taking a step back and just trying to take things in his stride. And I think he understands fully that he's not playing at a level that maybe some other players have needed on this stage to get to a final in the past. He is scrapping away at a 75 average level and just trying to take as many doubles as he can possibly get on the stage, and so far tonight he's had enough opportunities.
Talk about the composure there. So when he goes on the 104, the double 16, that's a heart-pumping moment because Charlie himself applying pressure in that leg, that one dart at double 12, and considering everything else that happened in that game as well, that took a bit of composure.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what he's done in his young life, he's played on big stages before. You've got to be able to draw on that experience to help you in the future. And I know this stage isn't as big as, say, a European Tour stage, but as far as the money on the line is concerned, there's a similarity there. So he has been playing in games for £1,250 before, but has he played in matches worth £2,500? It's a little bit different now because there's a lot more on the line in the final against someone who's got more experience than him now.
So the first semi-final was thrilling because of its tension. The second semi-final was thrilling because of its quality. Willie Borland getting the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 2. And Harry Ward, big checkout in there. Obviously the 133. This is level up at 2-2. Borland stuck on double 14, or left on double 14 for the break of throw. It felt like at that point this could be the moment where the game changed.
It could have. You think about how Borland will be feeling when that double 8 is hit. He might be thinking, you're kidding me. That double 14's begging to be hit if I get a shot, and now that I don't, he could have capitulated from that, but he didn't. It almost galvanized him into another level, and he brought the fire, and Harry didn't have an answer. So you've got to give Willie a lot of credit.
And then Willie winning the game in some style, the ton check out, the tops to do it, and this speaks a lot about this young man's composure, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, because think about what he's done in the past in some game situations. He's won a game with a 9-darter before. He's just won that game with 2 double tops and 100 checkout. When he's in the groove and when he's got the adrenaline pumping, he's a very different beast. I personally don't think that the group format day on day suits him. I think knockout darts with adrenaline-fueled action suits him best. And that's the first time this week for me that he's brought improvement into a 3rd game of a daily campaign, and he might just improve again in the final. I think he's going to win the final.
So going into the final then, when you look at the way both players are, the way both players compose themselves, act on the oche, could they either bring the best or the worst out of each other?
I think it could be either way. I think if the game starts scrappy, then it plays into the hands of Nico Bloom, and maybe Willie's going to drop his chin a bit and maybe think maybe it's not my time. But if this, in the first couple of legs, goes really well for both players, we could see a classic. It might not be a 105 average classic, but it doesn't need to be watchable. I think this game could be anything, but if Willie Borland is consistent like he has been all night long, then he might just catch Nico Bloom on a night where he might run out of lives.
Well, let's see what's happening next week before we look ahead in more detail to the final. These are the players that are going to be in action. Our commentary colleague, Scott Mitchell's going to be there. The one I'm really intrigued to see is Addy Bolton, because he's had such a good year coming off the tour. He's won a week here, he's made a Champions Week here before, he's knocked on the door on a couple of occasions. He hopes this is the last time he's here because he wants to go and win that tour card back, and there'd be no better way of proving that and showing that going into Q-School on the weekly win.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, Henry, but I think almost all of the players coming here at this end part of 2023 are feeling the same. Think about Scott Mitchell. He has had a very decent second-tier season this year, like Andy, but there are lots of players who want to have a great weekly title under their belt, but maybe calling us up and saying, well, I can't come back because let's face it, I've got a tour card now. Andy Bolton has had a fabulous year, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him win next week. He is going to be the favourite.
And it's nice to see as well a couple of players that are going to be in action next week in the crowd as well, in Anton Östlund and Adam Lipscomb. But the final is about to get underway. We're going to see Nico Bloom in action up against Willie Borland for the £5,000 first prize and the first spot through to Champions Week, which is going to take place in the middle part of February in front of a crowd here in Portsmouth. And if you want to join us on a Saturday evening, well, these are the details you need. So here we go, time for the final then, and it's Scotland against Germany for the first spot in Series 6's Champions Week, as Willie Borland takes on Nico Bloom for that first spot through in the middle end of February. So who is going to pick up the pot, pick up the prize, and pick up that place of Champions Week? We're going to find out in the next quarter of an hour or so in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is the decider. And it is a tale of a couple of players. Willie Borland, who's had a very strong, consistent week for the most part. The Scotsman, 27 years of age, who, of course, had that famous 9-dart finish at the Ali Pali in a last leg decider, is in the last match decider, where he takes on Nico Bloom, Flower Power, who
Thank you, ladies
is
and gentlemen.
growing back into the game after a hiatus.
Game on.
He broke onto the scene as a 16-year-old upstart around 6 years ago. I've actually met Willie Borland once before on the development tour back in 2018, and he beat him 4-0. But Borland has opened
100.
this final perfectly.
93.
Also got the darts as well, which he won in the practice room, and he can immediately put Nico under pressure.
83.
I hasten to say that maybe Willie Borland is under more pressure in this game because he's expected to win this for multiple
100.
reasons. He's been playing ADC darts a lot in Northern Scotland, trying to keep himself sharp.
59.
Been coming back to the MODUS Super Series.
128.
And is still looking for his first weekly title. Whereas
40.
Nico is not as far developed at this stage. This is still a massive jolt in the right direction for Nico, but
59.
it's Borland who's under pressure to win this final.
But he's been a spoiler tonight, hasn't he, Nico Bloom? He did the damage,
56.
caught Thibaut Tricol cold in the first match, and the Group A winner couldn't recover from that. And then, of course, in the semi-finals, he knocked out the home favourite, Charlie Large. It looks like his table has been vacated and replaced by someone who's here next week. Anton Östlund's on there now, but Willie Borland could be here again in this series himself. He could be here on Champions Week. He's taken the first step towards it.
Now, half of Team Sweden for next week are already here. Now, Victor Tingström's going to be back.
100.
He was fun to watch in Series 5.
58.
Yeah, one of two Swedes at Champions Week, of course, Östlund. He was there alongside Andreas Harrison, who made the Champions Night.
97.
Didn't make the final, though. These guys have.
59.
Borland's just got to boil at this lovely high 80s to 90 average for me.
100.
86.01 for the night and 32% on the doubles. He goes a little bit better off than
43.
him on the doubles. He's 34%. Hit 10 out of 29 compared to Willie's 12 out of 34.
100.
But I think the key to this game is about whether Willie can deny him shots.
81.
Because
Nico
he
Carl 104.
undoubtedly has scored better tonight than the German.
However, in this leg,
56.
the German scoring better than him and is on course to level up the final.
100. Nico Carl 48.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
Very
second
well
leg.
hit.
Nico
We have a
Bloom.
level final. Don't give him shots, Willie. That's the key.
Third leg Willie to throw first. Game on.
You give him shots, he's going to take them.
99.
Think about how many young German stars are coming through and how many
87.
German players we're seeing here at the MODUS Super Series these days. They are following in the footsteps of the likes of
96.
Lukas Wenig, who was the first German player, I believe, to win a weekly title.
140.
Great hotbed of darts, isn't it, Germany? We know that from the European
59.
tour. And all of the events attended, they've had their moments, their winners. The most recent, Ricardo Pietrasco.
58.
Got some great nicknames in German darts, haven't they? Flower Power, Pikachu.
100.
And we had the Turtle here recently as well.
Rumour has it he's still trying to get home.
36.
Takes a while for a turtle to get
Willie
back to
Carl
Germany from Portsmouth.
147.
But Turtles carried the homes with
100.
them.
You'd have to ask David Schlichting about that one.
Well, don't hit another.
136. Willie Carl 47.
Played it safe, didn't he, there, Nico Bloom? Not something that is really synonymous with him.
Game shot on the third leg. Willie Boland.
He's not safe because Boland denies him a shot. A little bit of gumption there from the Scot as he looks to make it
Fourth leg Nico to
2
throw first.
wins
Game
in
on.
2 Saturdays for north of the border. In a
58.
week where another tournament has started that is Scott has never won. Yeah, Scott has never won the Grand Slam of darts. But Scotland might be taking over the MODUS Super Series. It might even be 3 from 3 if he wins. And Andy Button wins next week. This game has caught fire all of a sudden.
Yeah, 180 reply is always satisfying. He's just telling Willie Borland that he's not going to be gifted this. And Nico Bloom may be saving his best performance of the
57.
night and one of his best performances of the week for the big money match.
85.
He's currently averaging 89.16, which is 0.03 better than his best performance of the entire week. So he's playing at his optimum level based
84.
on week 1.
Right on time.
136.
And that's right on time as
Nico
well.
Carl,
The pressure applied.
122.
Bloom wants 1 treble 18 to get a go at the bull. His favourite double,
97.
but he
Willie
can't
Carl,
quite find
40.
it.
And that might be the difference between failure and success.
Game shot on
Huge
the
for
fourth
Boland as he
leg.
takes
Willie
a
Boland.
2-leg cushion into leg number 5. He might just need
Fifth
one
leg
more
Willie to
hold of throw
first. Game on.
for his first success here in Portsmouth.
Well, as you rightly highlighted, Paul, we had a
58.
tartan triumph here just a week ago when magnificent McEwen, Chucky, was
58.
the champion of the entire series. Are we going to kick off the following series with another Scottish success?
A long old drive down to Portsmouth from
100.
anywhere in Scotland, particularly from where Willie's from,
55.
where he won't care about the journey home as long as £5,000 is winging its way to his account.
180.
Well, this is rapid dispatching of the Deutsche Data, who just won't go away.
140.
But Borland has now 6 from 163 to get the job done.
93.
He really has brought some very good darts at the right time. Averaging 91.86 in his semi-final, and he's continuing that sort of form towards the finishing line.
And wonderful Willie wins it.
The MODUS Super Series, Series 6 Week 1 winner, Willie Borland.
Borland with a big performance in the final, bags a place at Champions Week, the first one from Series 6. Fantastic stuff from the Scotsman, who gets over the line. An emphatic final performance in the end, a 4-1 win against Nico Bloom. It only took under 8 minutes in the end for that performance to be completed. Such is the speed of the Scotsman and the standard he produced in that final. An average of more than 90, 4 out of 6 on the doubles in that game. And Willie Borland has capped off a week in which he celebrated his birthday with the perfect present, a 4-1 success in the final over Nico Bloom. He put out Charlie Large earlier in the evening, a semi-final win against the hometown hero who did himself proud. Bloom as well, this resurgence, this return to darts, he's done really well, the runner-up of the week, but the winner is Willie Borland.
Indeed he is, Willie Borland. Many congratulations. The first man through to Champions Week, a first weekly win here at the Super Series. Just sum up how you're feeling right now.
Honestly, buzzing. Obviously, Nico played a blinder there. Obviously, it's good to see him back, as I said, you know what I mean? Being away for a few years and coming back to do this, Nico, hats off to him. But I'm just happy to get the win, and I'm buzzing now, so.
Let's just talk about yourself for a couple of minutes, because it felt like in that final you were saving your better stuff for the game that mattered, and especially in the semi-final. It felt like two of your strongest performances of the week came in two of the big games.
No, definitely, you know what I mean? As I said, like, with the way the draw went, obviously playing Harry in the semi, me and Harry were battling it out, and I was thinking to myself, if you come through this game, you've got like such a big chance to like get to Champions Week and stuff. So obviously I needed to continue to do what I was doing. So now just happy to get through that game and obviously produce some good darts in the final. So I'm happy.
We've seen you here throughout the duration of 2023. We've seen you hit the post a couple of times. How does it feel now? You're going to, in a couple of seconds, get your chance to hold that cup. How's that moment going to feel for you?
No, honestly, it's brilliant. You know what I mean? I've felt at the final hurdle so many times in like challenge tours, etc. To get like this is a massive win for me, and obviously coming up to a massive time in darts for obviously myself from where I want to be. I'm just happy to get my name on this trophy, and I'm happy.
And how much of a confidence boost can this be going into that end of 2023? Of course, Q School coming in January as well. How much can you use this to build a bit of momentum for yourself?
No, apart from this, obviously, apart from playing down here, you've only got local competitions in Scotland, and like without being disrespectful, there's only a handful of players where it would push your game. You know what I mean? You know who you need to beat and who's going to be a tough game for you to win local comps. So playing here is a massive confidence booster going into Q School in January.
And I suppose no matter what now, 2024 is going to look promising, because even if you don't get the card at Q School, you know you're going to come back here in February for Champions Week.
No, definitely, you know what I mean? As I said, obviously I'm not going to look too far into it. Obviously, I want my card back. Obviously, if it doesn't happen, obviously come back here for Champions Week. I'm just looking forward to playing against the best players, no matter where I'm playing.
Right, let's forget about the future for a second. Let's focus a bit more on the here and now, because that is yours. I'm going to take that microphone off you. I'm going to let you have the opportunity to lift that trophy. I'll take that mic off you, Willie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your first player through the Champions Week is Big Willie Borland. He's a happy man, isn't he? And he's got one or two friends. He has got one or two friends. He's a happy man, Willie Borland, and why wouldn't he be? He's the first player through to Champions Week. I'm going to bring the asset, Paul Nicholson, on stage to have a chat with me about everything that we've seen this week, and in particular that final, because Willie Borland in Group A was... You can... Sneaking off the stage. In Group A, he took the early ascendancy, but Thibaut Tricol was a man on a mission. But when it came to the clutch matches tonight, Willie Borland was the man for the occasion.
There are a lot of players who are going to go back to their accommodation tonight and think, I could have won tonight if I'd just turned up. And you've got to give Nico Bloom a lot of credit because he didn't play his best stuff, but still found his way to the final. He showed more in the final than he did all night, but one player showed consistency tonight. And I am someone who has levelled criticism at Willie for the fact that he hasn't done that. But his level of performance was better than anybody tonight, especially in the semis and final, where he averaged over 90 both times. The scoring was good, and he was vibrant. He was full of life. And that's what you need to have to win a title here on a weekly basis.
Could this just be the kickstart of something here for Willie?
Yes, I think it has to be. Because if you think about what's happened since that famous 9-darter, he's been going downhill. And I think the amateur dart circuit deserve a lot of credit for what's happened with Willie because he's got a lot of tournaments to play up in northern Scotland. And it's given him this ability to go and play and get sharp. And I think there's more sharpness needs to be found. And if he's going to find it, then if he comes back for Champions Week, if he gets a tour card, it's all good for 2024 for Willie Borland. This could well be what just kickstarts him back again.
It's just a touching moment behind your shoulder, Nico, where Willie, Thomas Banks and Nico Bloom all in conversation with one another, which is really nice. And it epitomises the spirit, doesn't it, that the Super Series is played in.
The young spirit. Think about the average age of the players who are actually speaking to each other right now, and this is great for the sport. Think about what Thomas Banks at his age is doing. Look at what Luke Littler has done here. And then we've had other players under the age of 20. They're all swarming on Portsmouth to get big money, to give themselves their own kickstart into whatever they do next.
As for Nico Bloom, he's enthralled us, he's enlightened us, he's dazzled us all week. Final just again too far in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. He put up a great fight, though. He put in big scores that he hadn't done all night, and I think he was dragged along by the brilliance of Borland at times, and ultimately it was just a step too far. But this is a real kickstart for him, because if this doesn't light his fire to play more darts in Germany and beyond, I don't know what is, frankly, because it might just give him the buzz back.
Good first night to have in Champions Week, though, Willie Borland.
Yeah, not bad at all. Double for Scotland over the course of, well, 8 days. And Andy Bolton, if you're watching this, it's up to you to do the triple next week.
May have a juicy wiggle in all. Right, Paul, it's been a pleasure to have your company. No juicy wiggles from you, please. Well, we're going to be back on Monday morning from 9:30. That man's going to be in the chair alongside Chris Mason for all of the action from week 2. But as far as week 1 is concerned, it's Big Willie who secures the big W. He picks up the trophy, and it's through to Champions Week.